Trustee Perez, can we just double check the microphone situation?
Apologize, to start all over. The regular meeting of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees is now called to order at 9:30 a.m. You may join today's meeting in person, via Zoom webinar, or watch the live stream from the College of the Desert YouTube channel. These links are accessible by visiting the College of the Desert homepage. Moving right along to item 1.02, swearing in of elected trustees. At this time, we will be conducting the ceremonial swearing in for Trustee Kinnaman and myself. If we could please have former trustee Michael O'Neill, former trustee Mary Jane Sanchez Fulton, and former trustee Becky Broughton to please come up and perform the oath of office for Trustee Kinnaman. And Trustee Kinnaman, if you would like to go around for, that'd be welcomed.
Domestic.
That I will bear truth, faith, allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill, Ms. Sanchez Fulton, and Ms. Becky Broughton. Congratulations, Trustee Kinnaman. Welcome. All righty, now it's my turn, and if I could please have my father, Supervisor Manny Perez, administer the oath, and if I could please call up my grandparents and my mother to join me while I take the oath of office, please. It's a family affair for the bread.
That's for you. Very quickly, before we start the oath of office, I want to congratulate Mr. Joe Kinnaman as well as Mr. Ruben Perez for their victories. And on behalf of my wife Gladys, my suegros, my in-laws, my parents as well, his grandparents overall, and our ancestors. For us, this is not only a duty, a responsibility, but this is a vision, I believe, that comes to us from those that came before us to always give back. And I will say that this election cycle was a tough one for everybody. Everybody here in this room, people that are watching. But I think the real work begins now. And let's dig deep inside ourselves to be statesmen, to give back, to work on behalf of our students, our community overall. I think they all deserve that. And so with that, son, please raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Ruben Arislan Perez,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
or affirm that I will support
that I will support
and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Congratulations, son.
Stole my thunder. Did. We'll be taking a short 10-minute recess to ensure that the amount of speakers giving out will be joining reconvening session in 10 minutes.
And I'll just repeat into the microphone for the record and captioning that Chair Perez has elected to take a recess for 10 minutes.
Figure out who was there and who wasn't. I remember when I got sworn in, somehow they never turned on the recording. No, not. That was an interesting error. My family was there. I had my family with me, but I guess conveniently, nobody turned the video on. Kiki, how you doing?
Or else I would.
No, I know.
I think these are off too.
There you go. It's a little louder.
Folks, if we could please try to find a seat. And again, if there is overflow seating in the Cravens multipurpose room. So any folks that are unable to find a seat here in our boardroom today are welcome to go to the Cravens multipurpose room for overflow seating that is set up with a projection of the meeting for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We'll go ahead and reconvene back to open session at 9:48, and we're moving right along the agenda to board organization for 2023. At this time, we will proceed with the rotation of the officers.
Chair Perez, I believe we do still have to do items.
Oh,
103
I
and
apologize,
4.
getting a little ahead of myself. Now that we have sworn the trustees, Dr. Garcia, please proceed with the roll call.
Good morning, Student Trustee Paul.
Present.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Present.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Good morning, present.
Trustee Yant.
Present.
Trustee Stefan.
Present.
Trustee Perez.
Present. And we'll go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance. Trustee Gonzalez, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I will, thank you. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. And moving on to item number 2, organization for 2023. At this time, we will proceed with the rotation of the officers. However, before I do give up this gavel, there are a few things that I would like to say. First and foremost, I want to recognize that I'm here before you, standing on the shoulders of my ancestors, my grandparents, and my parents who are here with me, and that I will not be here without my community, and for that I am humbled. Gracias. Over the past year, I've had the privilege of serving this board as chair. While it has been a learning experience every day, serving on this board and serving the community I love has been the honor of my short life thus far. You know, 4 years ago, we ran and won in overwhelming fashion, beating a longtime incumbent who the community saw as ineffective. I thank my constituents for electing me then and on my reelection now, because despite lies, slander, and negativity, once again, we won in overwhelming fashion. And I thank them for entrusting me to serve them another 4 years. My district elected us because they were tired of the status quo. They were tired of the same old business as usual at College of the Desert, and we sought out to change that. And what better way than to hire a leader from outside of the cesspool that was previously here? The majority of the previous board took a bold stance and hired a PhD, someone who is a reflection and a product of the California community college system, a woman of color and single mother who can communicate effectively with all constituency groups in the region in both English and Spanish. Someone who is respected as a leader not only in California, but nationwide. Someone who is humble and did not spend all day in the rivalry tower, her door always open and engaging with students, always genuine, with no crocodile tears coming along with it, just truly empathetic of the students she serves. Dr. Garcia, I thank you and your executive cabinet because you have all done an amazing job given the circumstances. I wish the loud minority within the community would have given you an opportunity to show what you're truly capable of. What a shame. What a shame Dr. Garcia has been race-lighted since she got here. Race-lighting, a concept coming from the play Gaslight, developed by Dr. J. Luke Wood and Dr. Frank Williams III of San Diego State University, wherein specifically here, individuals, in our case, and I'm pointing directly at the local newspaper, coupled with a very loud minority in the community, who did not look like Dr. Garcia, criticized and questioned Dr. Garcia's ability to lead an institution despite having all the qualifications and track record of effectiveness and success. My colleague on the board from Trustee Area 5, I know this concept is not foreign to you as you were in the same session where it was presented to us. It resonated with me. Did it with you? Colleagues on the board and colleagues around campus, I welcome and almost implore a moment of self-reflection when you get home today because you preach diversity, equity, inclusion. We all do. It's written on all of our materials and information, but when it comes down to putting pen to paper or allocating resources or instituting practices that would lead to diversity, equity, inclusion, your implicit bias comes out and you all fold when needed or turn a blind eye every single time. Dr. Tafoya, thank you so much. Thank you so much because you came in, hit the ground running, and immediately began streamlining projects to completion. It is a shame that folks did not like your get-it-done attitude because you, Dr. Tafoya, have been extremely effective since your arrival. And I am grateful for your service to College of the Desert. Or how about we just call it what it is? Because when you have strong women in power, especially women of color, the status quo feels threatened. And I know the status quo is relishing today. It's a celebratory day. But believe me, the status quo feels some type of way about this speech. Dr. Garcia, Dr. Tafoya, Executive Cabinet, you all came into a hostile environment, and I was only expecting to get more hostile. I wish there was more I could do, and I apologize to you all. I'll end with this here. I know my role as a trustee is in a predominantly underserved working class community of color who has traditionally not gotten their fair share of, is to ensure that they do. You all know my story already. I will not be sitting in this chair without an education, and like many others in my community, my grandparents came to this country with nothing. My grandparents, just like many others in my community, were farm workers who looked up to Cesar Chavez and taught my dad and mom to be activists and public servants, which was in turn passed down to me. And folks, that is the reason why we serve. A good public servant serves because they love their community. They do not serve from a place of hate or malice. They serve from a place of love. They do not serve for greed, power, or self-interest. They serve because they could not see themselves doing anything else. Mwai Kibaki, former president of Kenya, once said that leadership is a privilege to better the lives of others. It is not an opportunity to satisfy personal greed. Members of the community, I hope you understand the gravity of the situation because over the next few months, you're going to see personal greed be satisfied and personal greed and ego be satisfied. And starting today, one can make the argument it started over a year ago in a now infamous video, but officially it begins today. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the official College of the Desert Puppet Show. Take a look at the decisions that will be made today and who they are truly affecting. Because in this puppet show, unfortunately, the ones that suffer the most are going to be the students. Students, don't worry. I got you. I got your back. I will be fighting for you. Seguimos la lucha. Oh. And one last thing, Madam Vice Chair. It was brought to my attention this week that yourself and the trustee representing Area 4 are attempting to break policy 2210 and jump me in the chairmanship order. Wow, how quickly the rules are being broken. I will not stand by it. We are not going to break policy and start setting bad precedents as was common practice before. We are not going to pick and choose which board policies we break and which we follow. Trustee Kinnaman, with all due respect, I do not care how much money you use to buy your election. Chairmanship is something you cannot buy. You will not be chair before me. Respectfully, I ask you get in the back of the line like every trustee before you. Thank you, and congratulations on your new chairmanship, Madam Chair. It's still my meeting. Still my meeting. Here's your gavel, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Perez, and thank you for your comments. Trustee Perez, on behalf of the district staff and all of us, we'd like to thank you for your dedicated service. To commemorate your time as board chair, we would like to present you with the gavel to recognize the commitment to the students, faculty, and staff at COD. And this is the gavel. And let me say, I've been chair many times on this board, and I presented many gavels to past chairs. And this chair has had a very, very difficult year as chair. It's difficult enough to be the chair. But when you have the year like he was presented with, it is extremely difficult. So I will really, really want to thank you for your service. And thank you for all that you did for the college this past year. And at this time, we're going to continue with the rotation of officers. And got my little notes here. So Trustee Yant, on the rotation of officers, Trustee Yant will now be the board vice chair. Congratulations to Trustee Yant. Trustee Gonzalez will now be the board clerk. Congratulations. President Garcia will remain as the secretary, And thank you, Dr. Garcia. And Carlos Maldonado will remain as the parliamentarian. Thank you, Carlos. And now we'll now move to appointing members for committees outside of the rotation of officers. There is the liaison to the Auxiliary College of the Desert Foundation, as outlined in Board Policy 2210. The past board chair will serve as the liaison for the College of the Desert Foundation. So Trustee Perez will serve as the board liaison. Is that acceptable with you? Thank you. And then 2.01, liaison to the theater committee. As outlined in the board policy 2210, the past chair will also serve as the liaison for the theater committee. Trustee Perez will be serving as the board liaison. Is that acceptable?
It is, thank you.
Thank you. And then 2.08, we have the liaison to the McCallum Board of Trustees. And the McCallum Finance and Executive Committee. And I'd like to appoint Fred Yount for the McCallum Board of Trustees and Finance Executive Liaison. Fred, would you be able to serve in that capacity?
Yes, I'll continue.
If there are there any objections to appointing Fred Yount, Trustee Fred Yount, as the McCallum Board of Trustees Finance and Executive Liaison? Hearing none, Trustee Yount, you will serve as the McCallum Board of Trustees Finance and Executive Liaison. Thank you. And then the liaison to the county committee, as outlined in Board Policy 2210. The member following the clerk in the rotation will serve as the liaison for the county committee. Trustee Kinnaman will serve as the board liaison. Is that acceptable with you? Thank you. And then we have the liaison to the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. And for 2.10, liaison to the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, I would like to appoint Trustee Dr. Joel Kinnaman for the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee liaison. Are you willing to serve in that capacity?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Are there any objections to appointing Trustee Dr. Kinnaman as a Citizens Bond Oversight Committee liaison? Hearing none, Trustee Dr. Kinnaman will serve as the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee liaison. Thank you. Then we have 2.11. This is the liaison to the Alumni Association Board of Directors, and I would like to appoint Dr. Joel Kinnaman for the Alumni Association for the Board of Directors liaison. Are you able to serve in that capacity? Are there any objections to appointing Trustee Dr. Kinnaman as Alumni Association Board of Directors liaison?
I do. I'm currently in that role. I'd like to remain there.
Okay. Well, could we, since there is an objection, we'll take a vote. I've made the motion to appoint Dr. Kinnaman. I would need a second on that. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Fred, was that a second?
Yes.
So it's been moved and seconded to appoint Dr. Kinnaman as the Alumni Association Board of Directors liaison. Discussion. And I know you fulfilled that capacity this last year, right?
Yes.
And could you tell me why you'd like to remain in that capacity, or tell the board?
Well, I myself am alumni, and I have truly enjoyed working in that committee, and I would like to continue, and I think that my perspective brings a lot to that table.
Okay. Trustee Kinnaman, would you like to say why you might want to hold that position? Okay.
Doctor, if you could just make sure that the red light is on.
Can you hear me now? Okay. I've really enjoyed working with the Alumni Association over the year, and I know that they're growing and building back, and I would yield to Trustee Gonzalez if she would like to be continuing in that role.
Yes.
Okay. So with that in mind, would anybody like to make an amendment to the main motion?
I'd like to amend the motion to nominate Trustee Gonzalez for the Alumni Association Board of Directors Liaison.
Okay. So now we need a second to that motion.
If I can second it, I will.
All righty. And so it's been moved and seconded that we have a substitute motion. A substitute motion, is that correct? Or is this?
An amendment. You're striking the name.
It's an
Joel
amended
Kinnaman
motion.
And inserting B. Gonzalez.
Okay, so we are amending the motion to appoint Trustee B. Gonzalez to the Alumni Association Board of Directors Liaison for a second year. And is there any discussion to the amended motion? Seeing none, we're going to take the vote. So can we have a roll call vote?
Sure. Student Trustee Paul,
Yes.
Trustee Kinnaman,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
Trustee Yant,
Yes,
Trustee Stefan,
Yes.
Trustee Perez.
Yes.
And now it becomes the main motion. Now we have to take it as the main motion. So now the motion on the floor before the body is to appoint Trustee B. Gonzalez as the Alumni Association Board of Directors Liaison. And we don't need a second because it is the main motion. Is that correct? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, could we have a roll call vote?
Student Trustee Paul,
Yes.
Trustee Kinnaman,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
Trustee Yant,
yes,
Trustee Stefan,
Yes.
and Trustee Perez.
Yes.
And congratulations, Trustee B. Gonzalez, you are now, again. Okay, I just didn't think you'd let me do it twice. I'm sorry, should have asked. So, congratulations. Okay, this concludes the organizational part of the meeting. What I'd like to do is we'll approve the agenda. And then before we go into public comments, I'd like to take a brief recess. The reason is I see there's a lot of people standing up. I don't know if we've exceeded the capacity in this room. We do have an overflow room that we have Zoom, and people will be able to go to public comments in a section over there. Is that correct? And so what we'll do is we'll confirm the agenda and we'll take a brief 10-minute recess so that we do not exceed the fire marshal's capacity for this room. We do not want to be in violation of that. And anyone that doesn't wish to stay has an opportunity to leave or whatever, okay? So at this time, we are at 3.01 board meeting agenda pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2B2. The board may take action on items of business not appearing on the posted agenda upon a determination by a 2/3 vote of the board, or if less than 2/3 of the members are present, a unanimous vote of those present, that there is need to take immediate action and that the need for action came to the attention of the local agency subsequent to the agenda being posted as specified. So 3.02, confirmation of agenda. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda for December 16th, 2022?
None from my end.
Okay. Hearing none, the agenda stands approved as presented. And at this time, we'll take a 10-minute recess so that we can get the appropriate number of individuals in this room, and individuals can make it over to, it is the Cravens Building Community Room, is that what it's? Multi-purpose room at the Cravens Center.
May I make a comment before we recess? There's.
I'm
ma'am.
sorry. Well, I already hit the bell. I'm sorry. I hit recess. I'll let you make a comment when I come back. I'm sorry. having some technical difficulties getting set up in the other room. So just to let you know, we've extended the recess by 5 minutes, okay?
I don't think it will.
Test 1, 2, test.
No.
Testing from NPR. Can you hear me? Test 1, 2, test 1, 2.
We do.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to reconvene at this time. And at this time, hopefully, I'm going to do a mic check, make sure that everybody in the other room can hear and participate. If there's any issues, I'm getting a nod that everything is fine, they can hear us, and they should be able to participate. We'll know within a few moments. And also, I think everything's fine out here. You guys can hear us, and it's fine in this room. Okay.
Yes, hi, we do. We have audio and visual.
All right. Thank you so much. So at this time, we are up to public comments, which is 4.01 public comments in accordance with the Senate Bill 361 and guidance from the California Department of Public Health on gatherings. Remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted in person by email to otp@collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and submitted for the record, or by using the raise your hand function by joining the Zoom link. There is a time limit of 3 minutes per person. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comments section. And I believe Armando, I do want to say that the board is unable to respond to any comments, public comments, and but we do consider everything, and many of us take notes, and many of us just put it to memory. So please feel free to make your comments. And Armando, if there are any public comments that have been received, can you please guide us in that?
Yes, we didn't have any written comments this month, but we do have a few folks wishing to speak here in person and then maybe some on Zoom. And our first speaker is a student, Cindy Curiel, if you're here. Hi, Cindy. And then just come right on up. And Trustee Stefan actually did provide those of us giving comments here a little piece of paper and then an ornament. So if you want to grab one of those on your way out. The holiday spirit.
Can everyone hear me? Yeah, all right, good. All righty, so my name is Cindy Curiel. I'm a digital design student here at College of the Desert. And I used my GI Bill to enroll in classes during this fall. And I had 2 previous classes during the summer. During the fall, my first class was an art class. And it was held in person. My second class was a computer class that was a hybrid class. And the last 2 were digital design and film that were both held online. I have to say, I definitely enjoyed the in-person classes a lot more. My in-person instructors made learning fun, something to look forward to, and overall helped make the classes a lot less intimidating. I was able to pick their brains and have questions or concerns answered on the spot, or if not, later on that day. Unfortunately, I didn't have the same feelings or experience towards my online learning. To be honest, I was really disappointed, especially with the Intro to Digital Design class. This was the one class I was most excited to take and the deciding factor on whether or not I was going to continue as a digital design major. But it was basically taught through what we like to call YouTube University. And when watching YouTube videos to learn my material, I started to ask myself, is this what my benefits are going to? And I thought, well, maybe it's just this week, you know? But the semester continued, and I learned more from internet influencers than I did from my own instructor. I had to basically teach myself these programs, and if I had a question, I could expect a response by the end of the week or sometimes when the project was already due. I began to get a little upset at the idea of paying for copied and pasted YouTube videos and Adobe Creative Cloud videos, links that I could have looked up myself. So you see, as a veteran, we have a set amount of benefits. So every class really does count. I know that the situation with COVID changed a lot of things, especially how we receive our education. But I'm here to tell you that there is no substitute for human interaction. Whether it's with a professor or with other students, there is no substitute for a well-trained professional that can answer your questions and demonstrate a person, examples and techniques that will help better you as a professional in the field that you are learning and training in. Some classes work online, but not all of them do, especially in the arts. So many of us would like to see more classes being offered back on campus. And many of us would like to know what we can do to make this a reality again. And that's all.
Thank you. And please take an ornament and a paper. And I forgot to mention that the people that are presenting in the other room, we will take a recess after the public comments again. And if you come over here, you can get your Christmas ornament, okay? And I'll be explaining that, the purpose of that in my remarks later. So,
Yes, Trustee Stefan, we do have a few more. Up next, we have Carl Farmer, who I believe is here with a few students. There you are, Dr. Farmer, welcome.
Okay, good morning. Normally, I would be doing this during our end of the year banquet with Mesa, and we would honor our STEM scholars. But unfortunately, we haven't been able to do that for the last few years. And since we're coming toward the end of this grant, I would like to give them some recognition, even though we might still repeat some of this later on. I would like to personally thank some of our board members, Bonnie especially, for coming to so many of our banquets. I don't know if she's missed one. Also Mary Jane, since I could thank her personally, and Becky Broughton and Aurora Wilson. They attended nearly every one of our banquets and always they helped with the awarding of these scholarships and honoring these students. So I want to take a few moments, if I have it. I don't know how much time I will have at the end, but I do have some of our current STEM scholars here behind me. And I would like to just go through my list of names of our current scholars. And the ones who are here can step forward a little bit so you can recognize them. But I'm just going down the full list. We have Alfredo Covarrubias, Christina Medina, Gracia Siono Gutierrez, Jose Siono Gutierrez. Yes, they're related, if you guys already been through that a few times. We have Juan Polito. I don't know if Juan made it today, but Miguel Rodriguez, Reza Abdoli, Cindy Wen, Yasuko Smith. She actually just finished. She's kind of timed out, but she will be transferring. She's been receiving it. And last, Yesenia Gonzalez. So I just want to take some time to go through a handout that I have, and I hope I can ask for just maybe another 60 seconds or so. But this STEM program actually started on our campus, not ourselves, but started at Mesa statewide in the University of California Office of the President as what was called the CSIMS program, which stood for Computer Science, Engineering, and Mathematics Scholarships. So it left out a few folks. It was offered statewide to all Mesa programs, and many of our students were able to take advantage, and it was only a transfer scholarship. Once they left here, they were awarded a scholarship at their transfer institution. Well, kind of seeing a few of the holes that this left in terms of who we supported. Jim Matthews, the math faculty here, and we got together and started planning to submit an individual grant for COD in what was called now the STEM program, which stood for scholarships for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So that covered all the majors. We had an individual grant. Several of our math and science faculty stepped up and served as co-PIs, and they also served as faculty mentors. It funded students while they attended College of the Desert, and then also at a one-time transfer scholarship. 67 unique students. I mean, obviously we were awarded a lot more times than that, but 67 unique students, only one dropped out before transferring. And that student, as I like to say, he decided being a knight in shining armor was maybe a better career at that point, because he rescued a damsel in distress as he looked at it and kind of disappeared. And I think someday I'll probably bump into him and he'll introduce himself, though, as doctor. Okay, he was a very bright kid, and it wasn't academics at all he came up with a new vision, I guess. Our program here, we did something quite innovative in that we developed the faculty mentoring model and incorporated that, and that model was incorporated into future STEM scholarship requests for funding from NSF. They thought it was a great model, and they very successful. We also developed some other individual activities for students. And I also went out and offered workshops to the other MESA programs at statewide events for MESA. And 6 or 7 additional community colleges, basically based almost entirely on our model, were able to receive similar funding. For that grant, we funded, students at College of the Desert received more than $510,000 in scholarships. And then this led to a third STEM, which was a collaborative that I worked with Dr. Kimberly Cousins at Cal State San Bernardino, and we started planning this out. We invited several community colleges to participate. That included Imperial Valley College, which somebody's kind of familiar with here, right? Barstow College and San Bernardino Valley College. And again, we focused part of it on the innovative mentoring. Cal State San Bernardino had previously had a grant, an STEM grant individual, and they had done some mentoring, and they upped theirs a little bit as well. Dr. Kimberly Cousins is the PI of this grant. It is approaching the end. It'll end at the end of this calendar year. And several of the co-PIs are from Cal State San Bernardino, but there's also a co-PI from each community college campus. It was $5 million over 5 years. It's, as I said, it's actually been extended. And we've awarded 48 different students scholarships here at COD. Now currently, because we had the money and because COVID slowed everything down, we were able to award up to $10,000 per year per student. So been a great opportunity. We did add one new thing, an opportunity for our recipients to become a mentor for the day in our community science day when we invite kids from grammar schools and stuff like that to come onto campus. And we've also taken it to their campus as well and present science activities, demonstrations, and everything like that. Okay, and again, Dr. Cousins and we've given invited presentations over components or over the entire grant. Just very quick, and I know I'm running well out of time, but I appreciate if I can have there are some very notable folks that have participated. Going all the way back to the CSIMs, Jorge Perez, which again, we're all familiar with, right? Of course, back on campus, math faculty and doing all sorts of things. Notice how he gets involved with programs to support students. He was a mentee at one time, and now he, of course, is probably a fantastic role model as a mentor and a great guidance for the students. But we also have Efren Perez, who has his master's in civil engineering. He's an adjunct faculty here, and he's given back and come back and done a lot of things for Mesa. Carlos Garcia, who is currently stationed up at 29 Palms. He's an officer in the Navy. He, after completing his bachelor's degree, was accepted we had to kind of push it a little bit. I wrote letters of recommendation for him to get into officers candidate school, and he became a Navy officer. And Vince Nunez is quite a remarkable story, but he received his PhD from UCR in bioengineering and now teaches at Harvard Medical School. And again, all these people, notice the mentoring they have done. I mean, I could go on and on. And I will cut this a little short, but again, I've listed some other names. Adam Al-Ansari, he has his master's in civil engineering, and he's actually working with the state of Michigan to help with conflict resolution due to I guess we could say, ethnic differences and things like that. And he also mentors a lot of the new and young black engineers at the company. Silver Alvarez, went off to school. He became a physician's assistant, and he works in Coachella I believe I don't know which one of the facilities, but he works at one of the facilities in Coachella. Chris Ramirez works, he has his master's in computer science, and he works a company over in Southern California. And again, he helped a lot. Came back many times. He was attending Cal State San Bernardino and used to come back to COD and help students and present and things like that. And I put one other, Todor Nikolov, there basically because he helped with really generating that initial model of a science day and did a lot of the work and a lot of the communication with the local schools. And just on the last one there, just very quickly, Sarah Rodriguez, again, a name that may be familiar to some of you. She's currently an adjunct faculty here at College of the Desert, as well as running our chemistry and biology storeroom. Okay, and Brian Orozco, currently he's working on his PhD in physics and I'll get this right, at The Ohio State University, because I hear you get punished for not saying the in front of that. A couple other ones, Slaviana Nedelcheva. I actually just was working on this last night, and she texted me and we started communicating back and forth. She has her degree in computer science. She's currently living in the Valley looking for a job, so if we need any help on campus, she's a very bright girl. And last one, I want a former Board of Trustee, student trustee, Tammy Escobar, was also a recipient of this last scholarship. All right. And again, I would like to, take an opportunity to thank all the faculty at College of the Desert who have participated. We still have mentors for our students, and we think it's a very important part. They make this connection and that connection last forever. All right. And thank you very much for allowing me to
Thank
complete
you.
that.
Could you introduce the one student that did come in, though?
What's that?
The one student did come in? The other side.
Oh, yeah, this was Juan. I called out Juan Polito. He's one of our newest groups of STEM scholars.
Thank you. And if you could each take a star and a paper, please.
Okay. Can they all have a star?
Yes.
Okay, you guys.
I'd appreciate that.
Okay, and at this time, there is no one on Zoom that wants to speak, so I think we have our last public comment for today. But again, just use the raise your hand function, and folks in the MPR, just please check in with Irene Morales there if you do wish to speak from that room. But if not, our final speakers, Jennifer Prado and Jesus Lua Cantu.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you. My name is Jennifer Prado. I am the Coachella Valley Director of the Urban Conservation Corps of the Inland Empire. We're a program of the Southern California Mountains Foundation, and we're a workforce development program and for 18 to 26-year-olds right here in the Coachella Valley. We serve mostly underserved areas. Most of our Corps members are from the eastern Coachella Valley, but we would like to expand to involve lots of folks. Several of our Corps members are COD students as well, so they're working and going to school. And two of the main projects that we focus on are recycling and conservation. And today, I just wanted to bring to your attention that we have the ability to bring our Corps members to campus to assist the college with diverting some of the recyclable materials that are currently going in the trash to actually be recycled. And so environmental conservation is one of our big things that we're trying to get people on board with, and helping with all kinds of issues with waste and climate change. And so we would really look forward to hopefully working with the college in order to assist with those waste diversion needs.
And hello, I'm Jesus Luacantu. I'm the recycling coordinator at the Urban Conservation Corps. My focus is to get accounts and partnerships in the Coachella Valley to help them with their recyclable materials and electronic waste. Other work that we do in the Coachella Valley in San Bernardino and their national forest is park maintenance, fence installation, habitat restoration, fuels reduction, litter abatement, invasive weed removal, trail building, and tree planting. So yeah, we're looking forward to working with COD and if not, the community as well in the city.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could have you each take a star and a paper there, please.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Okay, are there any others?
Trustee Stefan, that is the last public comment for today.
And there's none from the other room or
No,
on
we
Zoom?
I did get confirmation from Irene that the folks that are there are just listening in.
All right, okay, thank you so much. Okay, well, we're gonna skip the recess at this time. So we are up to number 5 minutes, 5.01, approval of the November 10th, 2022 regular meeting minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the regular meeting minutes of November 10th, 2022? If there are no corrections to the minutes, they stand approved as presented. And at this time, we will start the reports. This is 6.01, reports associated students of College of the Desert, ASCOD. There is no report today. The Auxiliary College of the Desert Foundation, there is a written report that was submitted. And is there someone here to give that report?
There is not, but it is available in writing only for the folks that want to see it online.
All right, okay, thank you. And then the Alumni Association, I believe we have Betsy Young from the Alumni Association, the Executive Director.
Does that mean it's on? Can you hear me? Oh. Good morning, everyone, first of all. This season is a good time to reflect on giving, obviously, and family and friendship. So today I want to highlight some of the great organizations that are out there. So the Alumni Association is a nonprofit, as you know, and we're proud to support other nonprofits and provide them the opportunity to share their mission. We offer them a free space at the street fair to promote and inform the public of their importance to our community. In January, we are looking forward to Livestream, Guide Dogs of the Desert, and Voices for Children joining us. Livestream has served the Inland Empire and surrounding areas since 1951, providing life-saving blood products and services to more than 80 Southern California hospitals and medical facilities. Livestream joined us in November. 20 donors gave blood, the majority being first-time donors. Guide Dogs of the Desert provides mobility, companionship, and independence for the blind with custom-trained guide dogs. They have graduated more than 800 student guide dog teams, providing them with the gift of newfound confidence, independence, and mobility. Voices for Children provides volunteer advocates to children in foster care to ensure they have every opportunity to achieve stability. Volunteers are called CASAs, which stands for Court-Appointed Special Advocate, and they often become the most consistent adult in a foster child's life. November 26th was Small Business Saturday. Our loyal customers were out in force to support our small businesses at the street fair. The U.S. Small Business Administration says this is a day to celebrate and support small businesses and all they do for their communities. There should be know that small businesses need our support now more than ever as they navigate, retool, and pivot from the effects of the coronavirus pandemic. I liked that retool, pivot. I think we're all doing that. The Alumni Association is proud of the accomplishments of the college in meeting the basic needs of students and applaud you on opening this central pantry at 2 locations. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you would please, there is a card there for you for the Alumni Association.
Thank you.
And at this time, we'll have California School Employees Association, and I believe Mark Rizzo is here.
That's me.
Oh, okay, he's on Zoom.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
we can.
Excellent.
There you are.
All right. Well, season's greetings, Board of Trustees and Dr. Garcia. CSCA would like to welcome the newest board member for the College of the Desert, Trustee Joel Kinnaman. We look forward to working with him and you all and the board members on improving our solid relationship. CSCA is currently working on an MOU for custodians that would give them a 5% step in pay once they complete the OSHA training. There have been a resistance to the proposal by the district and Dr. Garcia, which CSCA finds odd, as a similar MOU for grounds was agreed upon a year ago. CSCA would like to see the same treatment for all College of the Desert members, as we believe equity should be practiced and not preached. CSCA is happy that the district will complete an audit of what the custodians do during work hours and conduct this with the custodial staff themselves at a future date. The district is also considering trial or pilot schedule changes to see if a 4 p.m. to 12:30 a.m. change is feasible. There are some items still in limbo between the district and CSCA. Maintenance assistant, which is in negotiations, and the grounds, which was approved in classification and then submitted to HR. These job descriptions will be a top priority in negotiations when we come back from the holiday break to get these completed and ratified in the coming weeks. CSCA would like to commend financial aid and as they conducted several workshops on all COD campuses. We would also like to thank Director Jessica Van Beers and her staff for all the hard work, the TRIO Talent Search program in the West Valley. Let's also thank financial aid and the EDGE staff who have been traveling to local high schools across the valley and are encouraging students to choose COD when they graduate. On December 12th, the EDGE program hosted the Mount San Jacinto winter graduates at the Palm Desert campus. It's a great success. The financial aid and EDGE staff provided catered presentations in English and Spanish regarding the importance of applying for financial aid, various grants and scholarships that were available, and on the students' next steps. When we at the college speak of hard work, we all know the saying, it takes a village. Well, for us, the village is defined as the things like our groundskeepers and custodians who direct students to where they need to be almost daily, or our public safety officers who offer night escorts to students' cars. Thank you all for going that extra mile to make sure the students feel safe and cared for, since the students are the very reason we are here. At this moment, CSCA would like to recognize and give thanks to a small portion of our great family who continue daily to go the extra mile. Craig Donahue, BFIC, Alicia Rosado, EDGE, Kathy Duggar, Counseling, Tina Cleveland, DSPS, my friend Sandy Lydeen from Work Experience, Andrea Calderon, Art Media, some folks from Public Safety, Reed Probst, Diego Juarez, and Tessie Cervantes, Nancy Vargas de Romero, Custodial, Paula Mendez, EDGE, Martin Paleo, Custodial, Andrew Stubblefield, Gatekeeper and Keymaster at COD, Diana Valenzuela, Enrollment Services, Cynthia Lopez, EDGE, Octavio Vasquez, Grounds, Socorro Garcia, Bart Bursar's office, Carla Rios Beltran, Custodial, of course, Roger Bell from the library, Lauren Hakel from IT Services, Giovanni Miller from Custodial, Omar Fimbres, non-credit, Nori Bambush, admin assistant, we all know Nori, Roberto Barajas, Grounds, Ricardo Rocha, Bursars, Elena Mijares, nursing, Juan Arroyo, non-credit, Elizabeth Tamayo, non-credit, Vicky Castaneda, admin assistant, Elizabeth Hurtado Vizcarra, counseling, Chidas Alba, custodial, Gabriel Barajas, grounds, Lupita Calderon Ayala, EDGE, Iris Rivera, bursars, Wanda De Hoyos, mailroom, Noel McMillan, financial aid, Rosa Angelica Castro, EDGE, Anna Quintana from financial aid, Cameron Burgess, maintenance, and Christine Culp, custodial, and so many more. Thank you all, though, and even those included not on the list, as it is you all classified staff that strive to give their very best in assisting admin, faculty, and above all, students every semester. Lastly, we hope everyone has a wonderful holiday break. Please stay safe and enjoy your time with friends and family. And thank you all. We wish you a very happy holidays from Chapter 407. Thank you.
And at this time, we'll go on to College of the Desert Adjunct Association, Kathy Levitt, the president of CODA.
You almost got me to leave before this was over, because I have an appointment shortly. Trustees, President Garcia, we're near the end of the term and we're preparing for our new term as far as we know what we're doing. And so far, the adjuncts are still kind of on tender hooks with a lot of the schedule issues. CODA is still in negotiations, but we have agreed on a definition of parity that is equal pay for equal work. This is a success after 20-something years that I've been on the negotiation team. We have spent several weeks comparing the apples of full-time pay schedule to the oranges that is the adjunct pay schedule. And we're making headway, but we don't exactly agree yet. We have gotten to the place where we're going to have COLA as a regular feature of part of our schedule pay rather than having it come as a off-schedule situation, which is much better for us. And we hope that it's better for you guys too. And we need to thank Diana Guerrero and VP Vigo for all the help we had with the problems that in trying to get a pay, the 2.5% off-schedule pay that was wrong for 325 people. And they got it fixed, and we did get paid, and that one is right. And we are excited and thrilled about that. So anyway, we're hoping to make some more headway with this, and we've come to some decisions about the COLA, and we've come to some decisions about an interim move until the Chancellor's office decides what to do about the insurance situation for adjuncts. And all of that's pretty successful for where we are today. It's not going to be finished, and we are going to have to continue all these discussions, but we really want to thank the district Vice President Galindo, Vice President Vigo, Dean Pappas, Terry Wilson, and because they have actually heard us, and we are thrilled with that. And we have found common ground, if not common cause. One of the things that I attached to this report was the most recent salary comparisons for the full-time and the part-time. And I'd like you to note that we're falling behind, both for the full-time, but much more so for the adjuncts. And even though we know that equity is a comparison internal to the organization, we need to think about where we are in terms of other institutions as well. And currently, our full-time faculty ranks someplace between 2nd and 15th, depending on the salary step, and the adjuncts rank at 41st place. That's out of 72. So we're not even halfway there, okay? We're not even in the top half. And these are the same 72 districts that report regularly and for both the full-time and the part-time. So we'd like you to take that into consideration when we come back for negotiations on our compensation in about 1.5 years. We are, like I said, we had some access to something towards health insurance for the interim, and we're pleased about that. I'd also like to compliment Mike Gladich, who is one of the board for CODA, and his work with the foundation, with Dr. Garcia, Dr. Butler, to get the film festival screenings available to the students again in a class that has to do with the Palm Springs Film Festival. And that'll take place over the winter holidays. That's all I got for right now, but happy Christmas, happy Hanukkah, happy New Year. And if you can think of anything else that I should wish you a happy for, I'd be pleased to do so. And now I have to go to an appointment.
And
Thank you,
Kathy,
guys.
Kathy, if you could take your card, there's a card for CODA on this other side,
Oh,
okay? And happy holidays.
thank
Okay.
you.
And now College of the Desert Faculty Association, CODFA. And we have a written report that was submitted.
Correct.
We have no representation.
No, not today. Oceana could not make it, but it is available online.
Okay. But it was submitted. Okay, we just don't have it yet. Okay. So now we'll have the Academic Senate, Dr. Kim Dozer from the Academic Senate President.
Is that up there? Oh, it disappeared. Oh, there it is. There it is. I'm going to test my technological skills. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, we're going to try this. So this is a multimedia. So as I've previously done for my final report of the year, I have asked my colleagues to brag about their students and their colleagues. So please enjoy this presentation and have a happy holiday break. Did it go? Oh, see, I've already failed. Oh, wait. Oh, no, I went too far. Oh, I ruined it. Oh, there we go. Okay. Wow. This is from Transfer Center Counselor Scott Cooper. We also call him Transfer Man. The Rotaract Club, which is College Rotary, and they're sponsored by the Palm Desert Rotary Club, has been busy back in person since last spring performing community service projects. Elisa Tyndale is their current president, and they're doing a bunch of activities this fall. And here are some of the events from 2022. From spring 22, the Fine Food Bank, San Diego Beach Cleanup, and the Habitat for Humanity house painting. And this fall, they did the City of La Quinta Cove hiking trail cleanup, the Fine Food Bank, and Club Rush. English professor Heather Benesh, she wanted to give a shout out to her English 2 students who finished the term with perfect attendance, a wow by any standard. She says they are fierce, compassionate, dedicated, and amazing, and she included a picture of the class watching Othello. English professor Ruth Nolan states that students have worked hard to push through what's been an especially difficult semester for many of them and continue to demonstrate that they are amazing, dedicated learners. She also states that her English 1A students are deeply involved in their current research project for class, the Salton Sea Environmental and Social Justice Crisis, Problems and Proposed Solutions, with some displaying a newfound passion for how they can participate beyond the classroom to help with this local issue. Math Department Chair Melissa Flora says, I'm always looking for an opportunity to brag about my colleagues in math and computer science. She says the highlights are the new EDGE math course, Professors Jorge Perez and Donna Blanton working with NASA, and Professor Robert Kelby's work with the Robotics Club. And you can find a full list, a very long list, of Professor Flora's brags about her colleagues at the end of this report. From Library Department Chair and Faculty Jen Ann Dunning, one of the most important aspects of the mission of the College of the Desert Library is to facilitate and promote equity and student success by providing quality resources to our students. Though COD Library has always strived for excellence, this semester we have done what can only be described as innovative work, leading the way among the CCCs in providing access to the materials our students need during unprecedented times. Focusing specifically on providing the resources to support student success and retention, COD Library has done the following. The library piloted a program of institutionally licensed textbooks and beta tested a textbook for the Controlled Digitized Lending Project. Though they are still calculating usage statistics for the institutionally licensed textbooks, the early data shows impressive circulating figures for the modest number of materials purchased. COD librarians and staff provided the critical support that the academic community needed in adopting and utilizing zero textbook cost and openly licensed course materials platforms, providing a critical part of the infrastructure needed to build toward a sustainable future of zero or low-cost materials for our students. And Professor Dunning listed additional accomplishments that are also at the end of this report. From theater professor Janet Miller, the theater department produced The Fantastics. Many of our students attended and had a transformative experience. They especially loved the up-close environment in Theater 2 with the piano and harp encasing the action. The Fantastics has such an important place in the musical theater canon, being the longest-running show in history and the most produced show in the world. They're so pleased to have staged this beautiful piece at COD. Business professor Gwen Earl had her students assist her and library faculty MG Maloney's development of a College of the Desert Business Law Resource Guide. And there's a page from the guide on the screen. Some of the students' comments about the project were, and I quote, "What we found beneficial about the business law research page was that it gave clear bullet points on sources under general business law research, Riverside County, federal law, and California law to give a better understanding to the student about where they find information from the different aspects of laws, licenses, and programs. The sleek and simple design stood out the most, or rather it makes the webpage helpful. For instance, there is nothing overwhelming about the website and it follows the COD color scheme. Moreover, the simple look allows students to remain focused and look for the specific resources they desire. And you can see additional student feedback at the end of this report. Counseling faculty Christine Schaefer states, "I am submitting this to shine a light on the incredible work of students, faculty, and staff of the GSD Pride Center this fall. The Gender and Sexuality Diversity Pride Center has hosted and or participated in many well-attended events this fall. I want to emphasize that all activities have been joint efforts of the Pride Student Leadership Team, which includes students Marcelo Romero, Abdiel Morales, Sam Wagner, Kachin Watson, Yvonne Santiago Lopez, Ruby Dewar, along with faculty and staff Giuseppe Vizzoli, Cody McCabe, Dean Steckman, Jenny Carey, Donna Blanton, Ms. Lakazi Kone, Jen Ann Dunning, Elizabeth Gould, MG Maloney, myself, Christine Schaefer, and many, many others. One more comment. The GSD Pride Center does not have support staff, which means the center is only able to be open to students if faculty or staff are able to rearrange their schedules to be present at the center. This fall, a number of faculty has hosted their office hours in the GSD Pride Center, and other faculty and staff have volunteered to be present in order for the center to be open to students. This has allowed the Pride Center to be open for students' use many, many, many hours that otherwise it would have remained closed. You can see more activities from the student, staff, and faculty at the end of the report. Communications professor Carl Christman included a link to this fall's showcase, it's a tongue twister, which was once again held via Zoom, and there's a couple of screenshots from students participating. Clinical nursing instructor Alex Marquez shared this image of fourth semester nursing students and stated that during their final day of clinicals, 2 of the students assigned to the emergency room at Desert Regional Medical Center had the opportunity to assist in stabilizing a patient brought in by helicopter under a trauma code. It was a proud moment for all. Pharmacology professor Jimmy Lecklider shared one of his students' final projects that can actually be used in practice today and says that basic pharmacology student Mario Velasquez is permitting the use of his project. For the final project, students are to take any medication of their choice and produce a patient education handout using common vocabulary that could actually be used in practice today. Mario's project on metoprolol is of the quality that I can see actually being used in a clinical education setting today. And that's a screenshot of Mario's actual project. Digital design and production professor Mary Abril shared her students' DDP 112 digital typography project, where they were to design and develop their very own typeface that will be ultimately used on the computer. The following are examples of typefaces that students are currently working on. In addition, students had to describe their typeface and the process they went through to develop it. My favorite is called Caveman, and it's on the right. EMT professor Shantae Wilson shared images of her students practicing their skills in the Heimlich maneuver and care of infant patients. AIS professor Michelle Richard shared a draft flyer of a new course that is desperately needed in digital security and cloud security that will be offered in the spring. From Dean Espinoza Para, a collaborative shout out that shows the work and success between TASC, ESLN faculty and staff, and leadership. In addition, about 85 students attended the Saturday Study Jam academic support event this past weekend. There was one late ad that came in after I submitted my report from theater professor Linda Sheps. One of our former international theater students, Koji Omura, recently was awarded an Emmy, yes, an actual Emmy, for his work on Walt Disney's production of The Quest. How cool is that? And finally, a cookie exchange and some holiday fun was had at the final Senate meeting last week. By the end, we had approved the student equity plan, one policy, and then we suffered from a sugar crash. Happy holidays and Happy New Year to all. Thank you.
Thank you to all the individuals that gave reports and submitted written reports. At this time, we'll start with the governing board reports. Student trustee Paul.
For my report, before I start, I just want to welcome Trustee Kinnaman. I'm very excited to work with you. I recently just finished my finals for my fall semester and we entering the spring and winter semesters, potentially graduating with an AA in health science. It'll be my first step towards my nursing route, and I'm excited for those who will be potentially graduating and transferring as well. I wish everyone the best for the finals and their grades for the semester, and hope winter will be a recharge for a great spring semester. I also attended the Basic Needs Summit last Friday and had an opportunity to learn more about what are some significant basic needs from a variety of campuses, and seeing how a student government could potentially play a role on displaying and reaching out to students who are in barriers of their needs on campus. Overall, it was a wonderful experience and will bring some input on things towards my student government of breaking barriers for students. And that is all for my report.
Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from Trustee Perez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I attended the COD men's soccer team playoff game that we was hosted in Coachella. Unfortunately, we didn't pull it off, but I want to extend congratulations to our boys soccer team. They did an amazing job. And to be honest, I think we got hosed because there was a lot of bad calls in the last 10 minutes of the game that I think really affected the outcome of the game, and I think we would have won. So congratulations, boys. I know we'll get them next year. And I also want to say that I attended the College of the Desert Public Safety Academy graduation last night. What a beautiful event that we always have. Great production by our I team and our faculty who put it on, and our PSA team for putting it all together. Dean Meyer, congratulations on your first class, and Dean Lingle, congratulations to yourself as well. That's it for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Kinnaman, your report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, it's definitely an honor to take the oath today for Trustee Area 4. It's also an honor that we respect our history. And I really want to thank Trustee Broughton, Trustee O'Neill, and of course his husband's here with him as well, Frank, and Trustee Mary Jane Sanchez Fulton, and all of Coachella Valley and the students and the community members that brought us to today. I think we are at a pivotal place. Each of these trustees represented different areas of Coachella Valley, but they came together for all of Coachella Valley. We respected AB 1725. We served under the guidelines of our Accreditation Commission, ACCJC. And most importantly, we have a code of ethics for trustees. And I think that it's important we go back and look at that. It's 2 pages. It's probably A through Q, a little lengthy, but a couple that stand out. Work with fellow board members in a spirit of civility and cooperation in spite of differences of opinion that may arise during vigorous debates of points of view. Base personal decisions upon all available facts in each situation, vote by honest and independent conviction in every case, unswayed by partisan bias, and abide by and uphold the final majority decision of the board. In addition, work with and respect others in our educational community through civility, decorum, and consideration. I'm committed to all A through Q on these ethics. We have a rich history of trustees that have built upon this institution, and we will continue to build. But we owe the three trustees here today a thank you, a personal thank you, and a thank you from this institution for everything that you sacrificed for the students in Coachella Valley. So I look forward to working with Dr. Garcia and my colleagues, and look forward to us doing so in a harmonious, transparent manner that not just we see, but you see and our community sees. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kinnaman. Trustee, excuse me. Trustee Gonzalez, could we have your report, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I would like to congratulate Trustee Perez and his re-election. I'm very happy to have you and honored to serve alongside. And of course, welcome Trustee Kinnaman. I had an opportunity to attend the fall sports banquet, and as always, I think that's the second or third one that I've attended, and it was just great. The students were having such a great time. I think the energy in the room, and of course, this is just my opinion, was very positive, and I really do feel like students felt that they were valued at the event, as well as all of the coaches and faculty that was present. There was just that sense of family there, and that's not something that, you know, that just that you can transplant. You know, it's very genuine. So I do, you know, just want to say congratulations to all the athletes, and you know, heard very moving stories from the coaches, and of course our athletic director, you know, always does such a great job. So I just want to thank everyone for putting that together. I know that those types of events, there's a lot of folks that have to work together to make them successful, and they did a really, really good job. I also had an opportunity to attend the Public Safety Academy graduation last night. Same beautiful students, you know, so disciplined, so proud. Really just loved it. Loved to hear their oath that they took. I thought that was, you know, excellent. And I just want to again acknowledge everyone, all the instructors and IT and everyone else who ensured that everything was perfect and flawless. And always something about bagpipes, so beautiful. It's just you know, just amazing. So really grateful, and you know, to be able to attend those types of events. I do want to apologize to CSEA. I RSVP'd for your holiday luncheon, and unfortunately, a meeting that I had at work ran really late, and I was not able to get away to attend. So my apologies for that. I'm sure I missed a great time, and hopefully I'll be able to attend one of your events in the future. I am very happy that I've been reappointed to the Alumni Committee. I really enjoy working with Betsy and her team, and I just think they just do a fantastic job, and I know that's just going to get better and better. So I'm happy to do that. I know we recessed kind of quickly, you know, when we did the swearing in, but I do want to acknowledge multiple elected officials that were here this morning, and just, you know, thank you all for your continued support of the Coachella Valley at large. We had Supervisor Victor Manuel Perez, Coachella Mayor Steve Hernandez, Coachella Councilman Neftali Galarza, Desert Healthcare District, newly elected Kimberly Barraza. Desert Recreation District, Natalia Gonzalez. And we also had a trustee from the Coachella Valley Cemetery, Marcos Coronel. And I also want to thank all of the family members that were here, staff, and former trustees for accompanying us, and the fire marshal that made sure that we were compliant. I don't think I'd ever seen him at a meeting before, so, thank you for that. There's no secret, right? There's very contentious races, has been mentioned multiple times. But, we have to work together. It doesn't mean we're always going to agree. We're going to agree to disagree. But we do have to work together to ensure that our students receive the services that they should be, because we are here for them. And it reminds me of a quote that I once heard from a fantastic speaker. And he said, creator or God or Allah, or, however you refer to the higher power, he doesn't call the qualified, he qualifies who he calls. So, maybe we can move forward with that in mind. But other than that, thank you so much to everyone for your reports. I really enjoyed the extended reports with, the PowerPoints and whatnot. And thank you, Professor Farmer, for bringing the students forward. I do remember them from the video that Master Jedi Perez presented at a previous meeting. So it's just fantastic to hear all of the greatness that, that comes from our valley. So we should always remember that, if this institution is great enough to serve all of the students across the valley, then we should also celebrate when they succeed, whether it be an elected office. And I know multiple elected officials across the Coachella Valley, including myself, are alumni of College of the Desert. So we definitely want to celebrate that. And whichever field they have chosen now to continue in, we always have to remember that if this institution is good enough to serve all the students, then we should support and elevate them and not tear them down when they choose to continue their path. And I think for me, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And Trustee Yant?
Thank you. I continue to receive messages from people with the question, when will enrollment come back? And let's just start with the reality of that. Across all of California's higher education institutions, enrollment is down 300,000 students, 18%. And of course, that's a challenge, but it's also an opportunity. And this past month, I've been able to participate in a online conference on what some colleges are doing to encourage that enrollment to come back. And what has been working for people are dual enrollment programs, housing assistance, more counselors, expanded career training, better transfer paths to four-year colleges, and more online options. We heard a student speaker talk about her preference for in-person, and I support that. But we also recognize that other students prefer online. And what that really tells us is we need to meet students where they are. Some want online and do better there. Some want face-to-face and do better there. Bakersfield College has seen enrollment growth with work-based learning partnerships with local employers. Santa Ana College has expanded its programs in hospitality and more online classes in technical areas. So what we need to do and what the message is we need to adapt to the current needs of our students, which means we're going to become more complex and more multiple option. And with that, and with changing economic conditions, which may hit us in the next year, enrollment will come back. On another note, I want to acknowledge December 1st as the day dedicated to raising awareness of the AIDS pandemic. And I want to express appreciation to the Pride Center and the library for presenting a viewing of the normal part. And finally, on a personal note, I want to acknowledge the passing of Buford Cripes. I've known Buford for many years, and although we didn't agree on everything, there was nothing Buford liked more than a thoughtful and reasoned argument based in logic and strong thought. After his retirement from COD, he became increasingly involved with environmental issues. And I arranged several presentations for Buford for different groups on the ecology of the desert, all of which were well received. And I understand a memorial fund has been created on the Friends of the Desert Mountains website. And I just want to make a personal acknowledgement of the contribution of Buford to the campus and to environmental concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Yuan. And for my report, I would like to start off by welcoming everyone that came today. I want the community, both the internal campus community and the external community, to know that you are always welcome at our meetings and your comments are always welcome. Today we had the swearing in of 2 trustees that ran very hard-fought elections. It was not the most wonderful election process, but the results are in, and we welcome back our trustee Ruben Perez, and we welcome our new trustee, Trustee Joel Kinnaman. I hope that this will be a great year for looking at our community college and refocusing, if you will, on the most important thing in the world. The pamphlet that I had for the people that came to speak, that came to the front, there was a paper that was there, and it says that our students are the stars. I believe that every one of our students is a star. We don't know how far they're going to go in life, but wherever they go, they're going to bring meaning and purpose to this world. And then it goes on to say, I didn't say that last part, but I wanted to put that in there because I want you to understand where I come from when it comes to education. The next part says that we are their superstars. That means everybody that they interact with is a superstar because you're going to impact that student in thousands and thousands of ways in the future. And we need to remember that we need to be positive for each and every one of our students because we want them to have the best possible experience while they're here at COD and in the world, because that is what they will bring into the world of the future. So that was why I'm passing out stars this year. The president, I gave you a very multifaceted star. It's multidimensional because the president of the college has many, many responsibilities, and they are far-reaching. And so that was why I gave you the star that I selected for you. Also, your star is a one of a kind because you are a one of a kind individual in your service to the college and in service to our community. And it also is reflective. I don't know if you could, if you hold it up to the lights, I notice we have many sparkling lights here. If you hold it up to those lights, you'll notice that it will reflect all of those different colors and combinations of lights and everything. So that to me was like what the president of the college represents and how important it is to the education community. Our vice presidents, I gave them gold multifaceted stars. That's because they have very specific jobs to complete here at the college. And yeah, Armando's got a few of those over there that haven't been passed out yet. But their job, they reach out in many different directions to many different individuals, but they're more focused. That's why it's a single color. But gold, I want you to think about that color. That is such a rich, rich color. And so that was the meaning of their stars. My fellow board members, I've given each of you a red star with a gemstone. I wish it were a real gemstone, but I'm not wealthy. So unfortunately, it's just a little one. But it is three-dimensional, or somewhat three-dimensional there. And that is because we are limited in what we actually have been charged with. But we are servants to the community. And so we reach out in many directions as well. And we have to adhere to what we are charged with and then allow our president and vice presidents to move forward with how we direct them. The community, I've have stars here for anyone that came today, and the paper that explains that you are superstars and our students are the stars, but I also have stars for you. And that is because you are very, very important to our students. So that is what the purpose of the stars were, and the people that presented, I had some stars for you as well in the cards that I had for you. I'm very grateful that our trustees are as dedicated as they are, that they're able to attend internal and external events, internal campus events, as well as external events within the community, because not all of us can attend everything, and by them breaking off and going to what they can attend, it enables us to be present at so many things within our community, and it's so critical that we are out there and that we are here for our students as well. And but unfortunately, we can't all attend everything. Some of the things that I was able to attend this, or one thing I'd like to mention was COD hosted the Amistad students this last week. And my students came back to the school energized and reinvigorated to graduate. As you know, I teach at Amistad Continuation High School, and those seniors came back reinvigorated to complete their senior studies as well as to come to COD. So I want to thank everyone that made that positive impact on those students. You really were superstars. Also, we had some individuals from College of the Desert a week ago Wednesday at my school site for the model school evaluation for Amistad. And I want you to know that the committee that came was thoroughly impressed. And they were from other continuation high schools in the Southern California area, and they wanted to know how they could get some of the things at their schools that we have at Amistad and throughout our community from College of the Desert. So I want to thank everyone that is out there in the community doing things from College of the Desert, because people do notice, and you're setting an excellent example for other areas as well. Then I was able to attend on December 5th, the Mecca Thermal campus. There were the caucus of faculty and staff of color put on a community outreach program where they had lots of information. They had a food drive, they had a dinner. It was really wonderful. And there were a lot of individuals from the community in attendance, even considering there was a parade, I believe, in Mecca that night. And many of the students that were in the parade from some of the high schools did come over to the campus and participate in that. And the food drive was very successful. We had over 120, I believe, individuals picking up food from the food drive. So that's always wonderful that we can be out there supporting the community and supporting future students as well as students. I do want to make it known that even though I didn't reapply, I was reappointed to the Communication and Education Committee at the national level of the Association of Community College Trustees. So that is an obligation that I will have to fulfill. Some things that I wanted to bring to your attention is the Academic Angels having a membership drive again. So if I can encourage anyone at the campus or in the community to just help support the Academic Angels. The donations that they make and the work that they do makes a profound impact on our students of the college and the Coachella Valley community. So if you're considering where to donate money, you might consider joining the Academic Angels and giving them some support there. Unfortunately, this last week, we had a former member of our college community pass away, Michael Leach. I don't know how many people remember him. He was in his 3rd season as head coach at Mississippi State. He passed away, but many people might not remember that in 1988, he became the linebackers coach at College of the Desert in Palm Desert. He coached under the desert coaching legend Ray Adams at COD, with the Roadrunners posting a 3-6-1 record on the year and a 3-4-1 record in the conference. And at the time, former trustee John Marmon was the athletic director, and so Mike Leach also served under him. We will be ending the meeting today in a moment of silence for Buford Kreitz, and I will be reading a special report about Buford at that time, but I do want to mention that Buford Kreitz was one of those individuals, the first day that I got sworn in 1999, in December, that came up to me with a big smile on his face. I'd never met him before, and congratulated me. But over the years, while he was here, we had many conversations together. We weren't always on the same page. Sometimes we argued like cats and dogs, and I thought at the time, man, he's gonna walk out of here, he's gonna hate me, he's never gonna speak to me again. But we always ended with a smile, and we were always friends. And when we came back the next time for a meeting, we greeted each other with a smile. We knew we were friends, and it didn't matter how hard we argued or how long the argument went on. When we parted, we were still friends because the students were what was most important to both of us. And that's a big takeaway for me. And it has always been that as long as we agree that the students are the focus of the college, that we are on the same page and we are friends, okay? So please, please remember that always. I had the opportunity of meeting one of our faculty members, and I'm not gonna say who because I had asked him to share the picture that he told me about. It was something that happened that last week, finals week, in his class. He had the students giving their final reports, and the very last day, the very last student that gave their report, they were getting critiqued in the front of the room, and he turned away and asked the rest of the class if they had any more comments to share with the individual. And he said, you know, there were none, and he turned back to the student to excuse them back to their seat, and the student had unzipped their jacket and was showing that she was wearing a shirt that said she was a member of this professor's fan club, and it had his picture on it, on the shirt. And he said he started to tear up a little bit because he said, what an honor. And as a teacher, I know that is the highest honor. I mean, I don't care if the President of the United States gave me something, if a student gives me something, it means so much more. And he started to tear up, so he looked back at the class and he noticed that every student had done the same thing and they were all wearing those shirts. So he had taken a picture with them. And when he shared that with me, I was just in tears because I was so happy for him. I was so happy that our students felt that way about coming to College of the Desert. And the faculty that we have here is so phenomenal. So I wanted to share that with you because it is such a very, very positive thing that I could share with you. And I want to leave that with you, that always remember, our students are everything. They are the future. They're the future of our college. They're like our alumni. And so I'm glad that you shared that you were an alumni, and I'm glad that you'll be serving on the alumni committee again, Trustee Gonzalez. And they are the future of our community, and they are the future of our world. If we want to change the world, we can do it here. We can do it one student at a time. But we have to be together, and we have to consider our students first. So I'm going to stop talking with that, and we're going to move on to the superintendent president. I believe you have a, oh, wait, sorry, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I forgot to mention in my report, I do have to exit at 1 for work.
At what time?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, okay, okay, I'm sorry. So superintendent president.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As I start my report, I would like to start by welcoming Trustee Kinnaman. I look forward to working with you and congratulating Trustee Perez. I'd like to recognize our athletics students. We did amazing this fall. I want to make sure that I recognize our football team, but it is important that I also state that our volleyball team did incredibly, soccer team did very well, so there were other teams that did excellent. Our football team participated in the Beach Bowl on November 26th at Santa Barbara City College, and I had the opportunity to see them. Unfortunately, we did not win, but they performed amazing. And their season record is 8-3. COD Foundation hosted an open house on November 29th, invited the campus team members, and held a gingerbread house contest. And the kinesiology and athletics won first place, and their gingerbread house is featured here. I want to thank the COD Foundation team, the foundation board members, the donors, and everyone who attended. It was a great event. It was an opportunity for the campus to engage. Want to end by wishing everyone happy and safe holidays. The campus will be closed from December 23rd to January 3rd. I also want to end by expressing tremendous gratitude to the dedicated faculty, staff, and leadership team members for all they do. The work that I do, I cannot achieve it alone. There is no way that I could do this alone. I could only achieve it with the support from the board, with the continued dedication of the amazing team members that work at this institution and come every single day to do the best that they can for students. They work tirelessly to do that. And to the students, I want to remind you that the reason why I am here is because of you. I'm grateful, Student Trustee Paul, to you and the over 11,000 students. I'm grateful to you for the privilege of being able to serve you. My energy comes from you all. And I want to remind you as students that I'm committed to do the best that I can for you. That you're brilliant, that you're valued, and that you could achieve any goal that you aspire to achieve. I wish everyone happy holidays, be safe, and enjoy them with your loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. There are no public updates for this month. And before we move into the consent agenda, I'd like to take a short recess so that we can move forward with everything after that, as that is the full portion of our business meeting, and we want to get that done before Trustee Paul has to leave at 1 o'clock. Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Hopefully we'll make that. Okay. are on number 8, consent agenda. And I felt the microphone go on. I don't have to talk as loud. So 8.01, consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda will be considered for approval by a single vote without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be pulled from the consent agenda to be discussed and considered separately in the action agenda. Are there any requests to separately consider any of the consent items?
Madam Chair, I would like to pull item 10.01 off consent.
Full item 10.01.
Yes.
10.01. Are there any other items that anyone would like to have pulled for discussion? Okay, seeing no other ones, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented without item 10.0 or 10.01?
So moved.
Is there a second to approve the other consent agenda items?
A second.
Thank you. And discussion, is there any discussion on the consent agenda items that we are taking? Seeing none, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Student trustee Paul? Trustee Perez? Trustee Kinnaman?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Yant?
Yes.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and at this time, we will go to, we're adding 10.01 to the action items, so it will be considered under 14.01. Now we are on to the action agenda, and 14.01 is the item that was pulled from the consent agenda for separate discussion and consideration. And this is item 10.1. And hang on a sec. Consent. That's 11. Is there some way that we can put on the screen for me 10.01? Okay. 10.01, if you could scroll, which is personnel item, the regular appointments. This is now an action item. Could I have a motion to that item?
So moved.
It has been moved. Is there a second? It's
Madam Chair, just for
10.01.
clarity, what's the motion?
The motion is to approve 10.01 at this point. Is that correct?
That's the only way we get the discussion, right?
Yes.
Yes.
You need, yeah, and you can do multiple things after that, amend, things like that, yeah.
Yes, a motion to approve.
Motion to approve. So is there a second to approve 10.01?
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve item 10.01, which is now 14.01, which is, could we go back and you show me that page again, please? Okay, there it is. Personnel item, regular appointment, and discussion, and we'll go to the person that pulled the item.
Yes, Madam Chair. The only items on here that I was needing further information on from legal counsel, so I can't discuss that in an open session. And I don't know if there's a way we can improve this pending the chairs being able to get feedback from legal counsel. There's two positions in here that I was had a question just to make sure that the process had went fine.
Well, I don't know. Can we discuss, is legal counsel? Can we have the attorney come to the little table here, and maybe you can ask the attorney
Okay.
what it is that you're,
Hello, Bob.
run that by him. I'm not a legal attorney.
So under this, there are only two names in one search process that I have a question that I wanted to make sure the process was okay. And it would probably take you or if you identify anybody that's in does education employment law, I'll look at that process. I don't have any reservations about the individuals. I just want to make sure that we're clean on everything.
Of course, one option would be to continue this item to the next meeting to address that concern. Another option, if it's just kind of, you want to make sure the process is correct, what you could do is have, the board could move to approve it subject to confirmation by the district's legal counsel that, you know, the process is correct.
So how do I amend that motion to do that, Mr. Carlos?
So to amend a motion, you would, move it, so you would adjust it how you are intending to do it. So an amendment is an insertion, and it's an addition, a deletion.
Okay, then the motion I would have would be to approve these positions except for the two counseling position under faculty appointments until legal counsel has provided us guidance.
Which positions are we?
It's the two counselor positions.
Counselor, well, there's multiple, there's four.
I'm sorry, the full-time, yeah.
Two.
I'm curious, Trustee Kinnaman, when you say the process, what do you mean?
The hiring process,
So there's a long list of folks here.
yes,
And they've all completed
yes.
the hiring process that is customary according to policy. So I'm just curious as to.
I have a question about those two that I just don't want to have the district in any type of liability.
And you have a right to do so. Dr. Garcia, hiring practices are always remain consistent and the same?
Yes, they do. However, if you would like confirmation, we will definitely provide that information. And can you specify, Trustee Kinnaman, which two specific counselors out of the four?
It's the two, I only see two full-time. Oh, it's,
Because we have the DSPS count,
oh, I'm sorry, it's not one of the special programs. It's the general counselors.
General Miss Heather and Victoria, correct?
And like I said, I have no issues with individuals. I just want to make sure that that process, that we're clean on that process.
In the interest of not stalling critical vacancies that we need to fill, would you not consider what legal counsel has proposed?
No, that is.
Approve and.
I am considering, I think we should approve it. I would say contingent upon legal counsel giving us green light. That way we don't hold up any hiring on those.
Okay, so that's an amended motion then by the maker? Carlos?
So procedurally, something to consider could be a motion to divide. It sounds like there are two items in that list in question, so you could divide those two items out and then take two separate actions. You could also, I think it gets a little cumbersome if you try to put that caveat in there.
Into the whole
Right,
thing,
because
okay.
then it affects the entirety of the list. And I think it sounds like the intent is to put that caveat into those two items, but I would defer to legal counsel to.
No, I think that's an outstanding suggestion. I just want to make clear that the legal review only pertained to those
Yes.
two positions, right? Okay.
And I should, yeah, to that one process, yes, to lead to those.
So he needs to make an amended motion to divide?
Anyone can make a motion to divide.
Oh, okay. Would anybody else like to make the motion, or anybody would like to make that motion to divide those two items out of the regular appointments to be considered separately? Is that what we're doing? Trustee Yant, was that?
To move us along, I'd be happy to make that motion.
You're going to make that motion, or that
Yeah,
amended motion?
To move us along, yes.
Okay, and I now need a second on the amended motion, correct?
On the motion to divide.
On the motion to divide.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to divide the regular appointments, taking the two out and considering them separately. Now, we are debating whether we are going to make this the main motion. Is that correct?
Correct. Right now, the discussion would be on the motion to divide.
Okay, so right now, the motion is on, or the discussion is on the motion to divide. Does anyone have anything they'd like to say on the division?
Well, Dr. Garcia said that the hiring followed a process, and Dr. Garcia being our only employee and her being tasked to do this, I trust her judgment and I trust the process that she followed, so I'll be voting no on the amended motion because I think that we need to move this along and hire these counselors because we need them.
Okay, any further discussion?
I agree. I have no reason to believe that with all of these hiring, we've never had an instance or any type of, complaint of any type of malice with our hiring practices. So I'm also not sure why we're dividing this.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote. And
Student trustee Paul?
No.
Trustee Pettis? Trustee Kinnaman?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez?
No.
Trustee Yant?
Yes.
Trustee Stefan?
I'm going to vote yes, and I'd like to say that it's because anytime a board member brings something forward that they'd like to consider separately, I think we should at least hear, take it into consideration separately. So I'm voting for the division at this point.
So the motion carried.
The motion carried. I have to say that, or I say that?
Motion carries.
Okay, but that is
The motion to divide, right?
the motion to divide. Now that becomes the main motion at this point?
Right, now you have on the table the motion to approve all items with the exception of the two counselor
Okay,
full-time.
we already, okay. So at this point, the motion on the table is to approve all items with the exception of those two counselor positions. Do I need a new motion?
No, ma'am.
No, okay,
Just
and no second.
discussion.
So is there any debate on that? Seeing none, can we have a vote, please?
Sure. Student trustee Paul?
Yes.
Trustee Pettis?
Yes.
Trustee Kinnaman?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Yant?
Yes.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, now, Do we need to have a motion on the table for the other two items?
The motion, when you divide it, the motion that existed carries over to both. So the current motion on the table is to approve the two counselor full-time. You can amend that motion.
Okay,
Or you can
so
defeat that motion.
do we have a motion to approve the two counselors full-time?
So moved.
Second.
That motion, ma'am, I'm sorry, it wasn't clear. That motion is already on the table.
Oh, it's already on the table, so we don't need to have a motion.
Right. And now this
Okay,
is the time that it will be amended.
discussion on that.
Yes, I would like to amend that motion that's subject to the chair getting feedback from legal counsel that that they concur that the process is fine for moving forward with hiring. That's a lot of words, I know.
If I may offer, for simplicity's sake, the motion could be to approve pending legal counsel and chair approval, for simplicity's sake. Was that agreeable?
That is agreeable.
Trustee Stefan,
Yes.
is there a way to expedite that? To say within X days?
Is there a way to do that? Can we put a specific time frame on that?
Yeah, you can amend the motion to do that. So you can
Okay.
add to that a deadline.
With a deadline? So would that have to be made by me or
It could be made by any member of the board. The motion on the table hasn't been seconded yet, so
okay.
it could be improved.
Okay.
And just as a reminder, at this time, we have a motion to approve the two positions that are already in question. So the motion is to approve pending legal counsel and chair approval, and a timeline could be added.
And just to add to clarification, share approval and confirmation that the process was followed. Because that's what's in question. Correct, Trustee Kinnaman?
Correct. Thank you.
I just don't want it hanging. That's why I'm suggesting a timeline.
You'd like what?
I just don't want it hanging. That's why I'm suggesting a timeline.
Okay, so we're suggesting a timeline.
I would ask Dr. Garcia, for us to meet the January 3rd timeline, when would we need that feedback from council?
I would suggest immediately. I'm ready to provide documentation, confirmation, whatever is required to affirm that the process was followed. So as soon as legal counsel's ready, I'm ready to provide the documents.
Right, and I would like to clarify that when we say legal counsel, it's the legal counsel that typically represents the college on these kinds of matters, which is not my firm, right? We typically haven't been involved in that. So whoever you use, go to them, explain what happened. I mean, this is my understanding, right? Explain to them what happened, make sure that they're okay with it, and then move forward accordingly.
And we do have legal firms currently on retainer that specialize in employment law.
Is that BBK or?
We have LCW, which they're experts in the California Community College system, and we have been also utilizing Parker and Covert as well. So either of those, Trustee Stefan, whoever you prefer that we work with, we will do that.
I'm going to ask a question. What's an adequate time for an attorney to do a turnaround on that? Would it be a week, 2 weeks?
I'd rather we provide them 2 weeks. I hope we could address this in 1
So
week.
by January 3rd?
Yes.
Or January 5th, maybe?
5th.
5th, okay. So is that an acceptable thing to the person that has made this motion?
Certainly, I think January 3rd would be a great date.
Can we make it the 5th so that they have time to get back after thing and have 2 days to look at that?
Sure.
Okay, so there is a motion, correct? Well, I'm trying to figure out where we left off. We have a
Yeah, so-
motion.
So you have what sounded like an amendment.
An
and now
amended
that amendment needs a second.
And now we need a second to that.
Right, and that amendment includes the deadline of January.
And that includes the deadline of January 5th.
Second.
And it has been seconded. Now discussion. Anybody want to discuss this? Okay, I'm tired of this one. This is the motion. If we could have it read back from, sorry.
Yeah, of course. And for your approval, for simplicity's sake, I've made clerical edits, and I have a motion to approve pending legal counsel and chair approval that the process was followed by January 5th, 2023.
For the two counseling, full-time counseling positions.
Since those were the only items
Okay.
limited, that's included in.
Okay. Since there's no discussion, roll call vote.
Student trustee Paul,
Yes.
trustee Perez,
Yes.
trustee Kinnaman,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez,
Being that I expect to find nothing, absolutely, aye.
trustee Yant,
Yes.
trustee Stefan.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, that was the only item that was pulled. The next item is 15.01. This is, we're in the action section, Board of Trustees. 15.01 is resolution number 121622-1, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District making findings and determinations under AB 361 for continued virtual meetings. Do I have a motion to approve item 15.01 as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion on this?
I second, Carlos. Yeah, no problem.
Any discussion? I do want to say that I've asked for us to get an update in January on where this piece of legislation has all the turns and innuendos that are connected with it for the 2023 year. Okay. If there's no further discussion, we'll have a roll call vote. President Garcia?
Student trustee Paul, trustee Perez,
Yes.
trustee Kinnaman,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Yant,
Aye.
Yes.
trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. 15.02, Strategic Master Plan 2023 to 2028. At this time, I'd like to invite Jessica Enders, COD Education Center Director, and Ms. Diane White and Dr. Frank Harris III from Integrated Academic Solutions LLC to present the study session item 19.01, the overview of the Strategic Master Plan 2023-2028. And welcome everyone, and please proceed.
All right, good. Are we on? All right. Good afternoon and happy Friday. Thank you, Madam Chair, fellow trustees, Dr. Garcia, our executive team member, and guests. As mentioned, my name is Jessica Enders, and I'm here today, not in the capacity as Education Center Director, but as project team lead for the 2023-2028 Strategic Master Plan. But before we delve into the plan, I want to first thank Dr. Garcia and the board for that opportunity to lead this important effort. And I also really want to take a moment to thank the work group. These more than 20 individuals from across multiple disciplines put countless hours into the development of this plan. They were intentional in ensuring that the content of our plan reflected the commitment to why we're here in the first place, our students. And so if you can please turn to the next slide. It's my honor and privilege to introduce to you our co-presenters, our amazing consultants. We have Diane White, who helped us spearhead this project. She is our lead planning consultant with Integrated Academic Solutions. And then we have Dr. Frank Harris III, who is our equity strategist, which you are going to hear a lot more about. And I don't know if either of you want to say anything before we delve into the presentation? All right, so with that, Diane, take us away. And if you can go to the next slide, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Enders. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very proud to be here helping to present on this strategic master plan and represent all the great work that was done toward it. We want to start by emphasizing what strategic planning is all about so that we're all talking the same language. This is the plan that provides the guidance for your institutional decision-making. We call it the plan at the 20,000-foot level. It's designed to ensure that your decisions and your operations are carrying out your mission, vision, and values, and that you are complying with mandates, of which there are many, as you know, and the regulations of governing and accrediting bodies. And very importantly, to keep your institution operationally and fiscally healthy, both now and in the future. And I would also like to add, this is beyond what you see there from the Society of College and University Planners, is that professional planners are seeing this as a very important component of ensuring that you have an institution that is change-ready and flexible and nimble. If we learn nothing else from COVID, that was one of the things that we most certainly learned, is the importance of that in our planning processes. Next slide, please. We also want to underscore for all of you who work in the community college world, you have many, many plans. We want to underscore how all of these fit together. First, you have your mission, vision, and values, which were renewed and revitalized as part of this process. They are the foundations or the cornerstones of your plans, and all of your plans should map back to and align with your mission, vision, and values. Also highlighted here is, again, is your strategic plan. It guides the overall direction for the district's energies and resources. And then you have the educational master plan, and that is what will outline the long-term course for addressing educational needs. Of course, these will be tied to other really important plans, such as your student equity and achievement plan that I know is also on your agenda today. And then you have your institutional support plans. These are your operational plans, such as facility master plan, technology master plan, enrollment master plan, and many others. And these are the plans by which you implement the key plans and goals and objectives of these other primary plans. Next slide, please. Dr. Enders, you want to speak on this one?
Sure. So if you look on page 12 of the workbook that you have in front of you, you'll see the broad group of individuals that I was speaking about. There's more than 20 of us, a large group of faculty, classified employees, leadership, confidential, and of course our students. And none of the work of this plan would have been made possible without them. There was a real focus, though, of this group on equity, and Dr. Harris will get a little bit more into this, but I really want to commend the group and their effort on this. And one of the things that why we wanted to have such a broad base of constituents is that we wanted to ensure that this plan was authentic to College of the Desert. So often, and Diane mentioned this several times through our planning processes, it's not the consultant's plan, it is College of the Desert's plan. And so having that feedback from this work group was very important throughout this process.
I would also be remiss if I didn't underscore the important role that Dr. Enders played. I know that she probably would prefer that I not mention this, but I think it's really important. This strategic planning process was conducted on a very ambitious timeline, and it was really necessary. We wanted to get this done, but as you might imagine, there are hundreds of details associated with this kind of a process. Dr. Enders kept us on track. She's extremely well organized, and I really thoroughly enjoyed working with her and with the team. But without her project management skills, I don't think we'd be here today with this final project. And I just want to thank you, Dr. Enders, for your work. Also want to speak a little bit about what we expected of this group, and if you have an opportunity to acknowledge and thank them, I think it would be highly appropriate. We asked them to make sure that they understand planning components, and that means not just showing up at a meeting, but really understanding what planning is all about and helping us formulate plans that are well integrated and well aligned with your mission, vision, and values. An incredibly important role that they played was that of communication. They were to solicit and get input from constituents, and at every single meeting we would have report outs so that they could share what they had learned in discussions with major committees and with just their colleagues in general throughout the campus. We asked them to promote engagement so that we had good attendance at the events that we held. We asked them to help develop the mission, vision, values, and the goals and the objectives of the plan, again, so that this is an authentic plan to the institution. We wanted them to be the faces of planning, those who would be the plan champions, and promote and advocate, not just now, but also in the future, the implementation of this plan, which we'll speak more about in just a few minutes.
And if you look at page 13 of the plan, you'll note, I believe that the mission, vision, and values are located on there, and understanding our planning components are available on page 9. And then if you can go to the next slide.
Yep. Good afternoon, everyone. First time you're hearing from me. Pleasure to be here. So in addition to the details that my colleagues, Diane and Jessica, just spoke about, there were 4 critical grounding principles that informed the work that we did as a group. And so first and foremost, being student-centered, right? And this was reflected in the student listening sessions that we did and talked about that's detailed in the plan, and making sure that we consulted student success data that gave us a transparent picture of students' experiences, and to make sure that the plan that emerged from this process did really focus in meeting the needs of both current and future COD students. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility was a second critical grounding principle of our work. We know that this was not only an important priority for Dr. Garcia, this was in many ways the reason why I was brought on the team to provide that perspective. What helped us in this regard also is that DEIA is a big state priority. It's reflected in the Vision for Success, which is the state's strategic plan for student success. And also we've learned and sort of underscored that DEIA is not only central to student success, it's also an important component to employee retention and effectiveness as well. And so you'll see that reflected throughout the plan as well. With regard to having an inclusive process, I think Dr. Enders talked about the work of the team. The college did a wonderful job of assembling a broad team with making sure that there was voice and perspective. Diane and I wanted to make sure that we consulted the perspectives of students, of employees in the district, as well as community members as well, to make sure that we were getting as much perspective and casting a wide net around voice. And then action, ensuring that the SMP is implemented. Part of that we'll discuss when we talk about the implementation plan. What I would add to that is that the action and implementation in many ways starts today, right? With the acknowledgement and ratification of this plan and the work that will flow from it as a result.
And so now if we could go to the next slide, please. So now just to give you a broad overview of our planning phases, and you can see this on pages 10 and 11. We really had a 4-phased approach to this, where it was preparation, investigation, formulation, and hopefully today our completion phase with the adoption of the plan. And so the team started in May with the preparation phase, and this is where the work group started to meet, assembled. We launched our mission, vision, and values survey, and that allowed us to start to develop some trend data. And so that trend data is where we were able to formulate our values. And from there, we were able to jump into, help us get that understanding to lead us to the next phase, which was our communication campaign. One of the things that we really valued about this process was being able to develop our communications bulletins. We sent them out district-wide. We sent out information through our Roadrunner Roundup newsletter, which goes out to our students. We put information through Canvas, social media. We really wanted to let the campus community know what we were doing and get them involved into the process. And so that was a lot of what was happening in our investigation phase. And so we completed the mission, vision, and value survey, formulated an ad hoc work group to help us really flush out that information. Dr. Garcia participated in that work group, and we developed a new mission, vision, and values statements. And so those are available on both the internal and external website. We developed a portal where every single meeting was recorded and posted. We had meeting minutes, our data, all surveys. So we're trying to share as much as we could. Then the next phase was our formulation stage, where we put the final statements together. We went through our SWOT-C survey, which is our strengths, weaknesses, opportunity, and challenges. We conducted internal sessions with staff, faculty, administration, our confidential, and several sessions with our students that Dr. Harris talked about. We had both focus groups as well as listening and visioning sessions. So it gave them a different opportunity to engage with us in two different formats. And then we went into the formulation of our actual strategic goals and initiatives and our metrics. From there, we started the completion phase, which engages in our participatory governance approval process. So we took the final draft, what we would consider our semifinal draft of the strategic master plan, and it went through 2 readings at our College Planning Council, and it also at the same time went through 2 readings at our Academic Senate. So these are the 2 primary voices of the college community. And so what the goal is that these bodies get input from everyone on campus. So there's ample opportunity for folks to have feedback into this process and say, yes, I believe and stand behind what you're putting forward, so that we can bring to you, the Board of Trustees, a well-vetted, well-received, and well-informed document. And so you know that it has gone through the process. And so that brings us to where we're at today, which is the final piece of our completion component. And so if you could please go to the next slide.
And I'll be brief here. We've already mentioned the word equity several times in a brief time that we've been here before you today, but just want to underscore that we were very intentional in making sure that equity was a very transparent value in guiding the work that we did from the very beginning. Again, we know that this was, Dr. Garcia made it very clear in the charge to our group that this was a priority for the district. We made sure that the data that we reviewed throughout the process was disaggregated as much as it could be. And because of that, you'll see equity reflected in the mission and the vision and the values and in the goals and objectives that are reflected in the plan. And so very proud of the work that we were able to do. And I would say that it wasn't just the 3 of us that was championing equity. This was something, a perspective that was shared by the entire SMP group.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. On this slide, you see the basic structure of the plan, and it outlines essentially the table of contents. You'll see an overview of the purpose and the process, how we conducted this whole effort. The mission, vision, and values, the renewed and revitalized ones, you will see present there. We also present a profile of key characteristics and trends, challenges and opportunities, things that we garnered through our SWOT-C survey and also through our listening sessions with students and our visioning sessions with students and employees. And then you see what I call the meat and potatoes of plans, which are the goals, objectives, and the key performance indicators that the committee laid out for this plan. I want to point out, too, that it's very important, and I hope that you'll have an opportunity to go through this plan with some detail. The objectives do position this college to effectively address many of the challenges that it has right now. So I think that it leads you well-positioned to move into the future. Also unique to this plan, I do read a lot of plans throughout the state of California, and one of the things that I notice is that many of them do not have an implementation structure in place, but this plan does. One of the things the committee discussed early on, and Dr. Garcia mentioned this too in initial discussions with the committee, this is very important to not have a plan that simply sits on a shelf, but one that is actually acted upon and becomes that true guide that it's intended to be. So we have an implementation protocol. I'll speak a little bit more about that, but you should be very proud of the fact that this district is one of a few that sees the value in implementation structures. And then we have a link to an SMP webpage that has a lot of details regarding our process, but also allows us to become a living document. So as you have other pieces of information that come forward through the next few years, you can add that into the SMP webpage and move that forward as you go into your next process too, so that planning is truly a recursive process. Thank you.
We can go to the next.
Yeah. You see here your strategic plan goals. These are, again, the heart and soul of your strategic plan. We didn't have an opportunity to provide you with all of the objectives. We wanted to make sure that the goals and objectives are truly actionable, and to do that, we wanted to ensure that they were well-focused. I do see a lot of strategic plans that might have 15 goals and 42 objectives under every single one, and my question is always, how will all that get done? How do you have the institutional capacity to ensure that all of that is going to happen? But we made sure that this plan, it's a 5-year plan, and as you know, 5 years will evaporate very quickly on you, so we want to be very practical and very focused. So in Goal 1, we focus on the most important thing. We focus on equitable student outcomes and making sure that students have those clear pathways and an equity-based student support system that ensures their learning and the timely completion of educational goals. And you can see how this aligns very directly with the Vision for Success and supports the college in its efforts to achieve Vision for Success goals. In the second goal, we focus on the important role that the college plays in the growth and vitality of the region's economy, and also framing it around economic justice by making sure that we align programs, and this will come out more in detail as you work on your educational master plan, making sure that you have these programs that align very well with career education opportunities, and providing students with those opportunities for 21st century workplace knowledge and skills, and very importantly, prepare them for high quality, high demand, and living wage occupations. And that's what supports and underscores economic justice. In Goal 3, we state that we want to develop and implement sustainable policies and practices so that you are creative and good stewards of the district's resources, and make sure that you ensure a supportive learning and working environment. And last, strengthen the culture of equity, diversity, inclusion, anti-racism, and social justice by cultivating a culture of care and empathy and mutual support in which students and faculty and staff, everyone is valued and respected and supported. Last, we have the annual implementation process, and I really want to thank and acknowledge the members of the CPC and your APO co-chairs who helped guide this and guide our decisions around this. We don't have to create any new structures here. We simply design a very simplified process that aligns this annual implementation with existing annual planning and budget development cycles. It also strengthens the district's allocation of resources too. So if you identify resources that you need, that you see there in one of the strategic goals or objectives, you can use the existing processes that you have for ensuring that you have the resources necessary to carry that out. The assessment of the plan will be done on a regular basis by an existing committee, which is your APO. They will assess the documents, and they will report the status of goals on a regular basis. And then they will establish this very specific goal-related activities for the upcoming academic year. Again, this is also part of a strategic process to decide what goals that the district will be focusing on. One of the things that I've noticed in planning documents and journals is that often colleges get into trouble because especially they have a lot of goals and a lot of objectives, but they have limited capacity in terms of their human capacity. So helping decide what we're going to focus on gives a lot of intentionality around implementation too. So I'm very pleased with this implementation cycle, and again, I want to thank those who helped us create it.
And with that, that concludes our presentation of the information in our strategic master plan. And so we will entertain any questions that you may have.
I want to thank all of you for that beautiful presentation. I was looking through my copy of your presentation, and we also have this beautiful book here that was given to us today. At this time, I'd like to entertain questions from board members. Any board member wish to start with any questions? Trustee Kinnaman?
Sure. I'd like to compliment the team and your work as well. It looked like a very much involvement from constituents at the college. I was wondering where or is it appropriate for the board's goals to be incorporated into this document?
I can take that question. Thank you for asking that, Trustee Kinnaman. It's very important. And one of the things that I normally do, and I did in this case too, is I wanted to look at your existing processes for that, because board priorities and board goals, of course, are really important to furthering this plan as well as the other plans. I wasn't able to find anything online that would provide me with that information, but what I've seen other colleges do, since, as Dr. Enders said, this is the district's plan and you represent the district. So one suggestion that I would have is that you can take this plan and the board can develop its goals in furtherance of this plan. So what can the board do in its activities and in its initiatives to further this plan? And in thinking about it, I also wanted to reiterate how important your role would be to the implementation. When the constituents see that the board is using this plan and using it as that guidepost that it's intended to be, and that you have very actionable things that you wish to work on, I think you're sending a really important message. So I appreciate that question, and I hope that you'll be able to act upon it in your capacities too.
Okay, I have just two more questions. Is this an accessible document?
We are actually working on that right now. One of the things we wanted to make sure that it does get adopted in the fullest format today. We have a few more tweaks that we're going to be making. Some of the images and some of the content. As with all things, you always hope that you have the final version and then find a couple typos here and there. So we are making a couple of edits, and then we are working with the designer to have it in our fully accessible version, and then it's going out on our external website in an accessible format.
Okay. And then my last question is, I did attend one of the presentations and then later reviewed the entire SWOT analysis. And there's a lot of information from the SWOT analysis that's not included here. It almost looks sanitized. And so I want to kind of have some dialogue about why all the different things and the under strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats aren't in here. Can you talk to me about that process and how that decision was made?
Sure. Yeah, SWOT analysis is very typical to strategic planning, and as Dr. Enders said, you can find all of the documents, including those things such as the findings from the SWOT analysis that the committee used to develop its themes that would inform these goals. So raw data, typically with a lot of SWOT analyses, are not put out there. I looked at your prior plan and I saw, the graphs and the bar graphs and things, but I didn't see the raw data. But I think there's some really important information that the committee looked at that you can access very easily online. It might be really important for the board to look at that, of course, as well.
So can you tell me how the committee determined what to include and what not to include?
I'm sorry.
Can you tell me how the committee determined what to include and not to include? Because there's some pretty strong things in that SWOT analysis that don't. I mean, the easy things are what's presented in this document. It's not some of the stronger things that were in the SWOT analysis.
Yeah. So we did a SWOT-C survey of all of the constituent groups, and we looked at the raw data, and we also then started to see themes, which is typically how you would look at qualitative information of this type. And so we started to see, and we can do word bubbles, and you can see that when a word comes up over and over and over, or a theme, we saw equity, for example, come up over and over and over and over. We saw the phrase student success come up over and over and over and over. We saw, regional workforce, that comes up over and over and over. So when we see these things that come up through the surveys, regardless of what constituent group is looking at it, then we know that we have a theme. And then we had a discussion about those themes. Do these things resonate? Do they square with what you see in the data, in the raw data? So that's the process that we used. And then when we looked at the goals, we started thinking, well, how does these themes connect with the overarching purpose of the plan? And how do they align with Vision for Success and the student equity plan? How does it align with that? So seeing where you can see where the plan alignments would work to further the goals of the district is where we headed with that. But again, I would encourage you to look at all of the information that we have posted there so that you can see for yourself what is there.
Well, I'll just close publicly with the elephant in the room. One of the strongest themes is sitting at the dais, and I don't see that written in there. And there was quite a bit of information about that. And so that's why I asked if it was sanitized.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Perez, do you have any questions for the presenters?
No, I'm just thankful for the presentation. I'm hoping that, grateful and thank you for the work. Man, turn on. Thankful and grateful for the work that went into this presentation. I know it was really extensive and it took a lot of months, and thank you to everybody that was part of the committee. I just hope that we can implement it. That's it.
And Trustee Gonzalez, any questions?
Actually, before, I know Dr. Garcia was going to make a comment, and I wanted to give her the opportunity first.
I just wanted to address your question, Trustee Kinnaman, regarding the board goals. So we do have board goals. We don't have them uploaded anywhere, so you are correct that they were not accessible online. And then we'll be, in addition to those, we will be preparing to create potentially new board goals, retain some of the old ones. All of you will be involved in that process. As we go through that process, we'll definitely include the strategic master plan so that there is alignment.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Garcia. I also took the SWOT analysis and put all the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats on one page because they're spread throughout the report. And it's very revealing when you look at it. So what I'm going to do is I would like to provide you a copy so that you can share it with the trustees so that we're just aware of what the college community was saying.
Definitely. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Gonzalez? Yes. And if we do share that, I would like to see numbers. How many folks actually completed this analysis?
And do you have the numbers associated with all the comments that were listed in that SWOT and that initial PowerPoint presentation that you took out to the community?
The numbers that were associated with the comments, I think we can probably get those, but we don't have them with us today.
Okay.
I don't.
So I hear that my colleague would like to have numbers associated with the comments. And I think that's a very fair question that, you know, if it's 1 or 20, it means something differently. So I think that would be great if we could get that type of drill down a little bit. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate your support there. I do want to thank the presenters.
Trustee Gonzalez, if you wouldn't mind speaking a little closer into the microphone, please, for the captioning.
I'm never told you can't hear me. I always get the other one. But I try to tone down my voice a little bit sometimes. My apologies. I just want to thank, you know, the presenters and obviously you did extensive research here. I'm not a researcher by any means, but I do know that I'm sure this took countless hours. So I know that folks that do research have to have passion for it, because if not, that's a lot. So I just want to thank you, you know, for this, and you know, I'm just looking forward to us being able to work together and implement the strategic plan. I think this is amazing that you know, we are doing this so that we are sure, because oftentimes, you know, we may think we're doing the right thing and someone may feel differently. So I'm always open, you know, to constructive criticism and a different point of view. You know, I think it's useful and helpful and great for discussion. So thank you very much for that.
Okay, thank you. And Trustee Yont?
I just want to acknowledge the great amount of work that went into this and thank everyone that participated in that process.
Okay, thank you. And again, let me say thank you so much for this fantastic presentation and this beautiful little binder thing here that we can refer to. And I know that the board takes this very seriously and that we will be including it in our annual planning as well. And helping the college to follow through and expecting updates periodically on this. So thank you for all of your hard work, and let me assure you it will not go in vain. Okay, so thank you again on behalf of the board. Thank you very much. And at this time, Oh, wait a minute. Do we have to do something with this?
Yes.
Yeah, you need 15.
Yeah, we do. It's on the next page. Thank you. So do I have a motion to approve 15.02 as presented? That is the College of the Desert Strategic Master Plan for 2023-2028.
So move.
Is there a second?
A second. Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion?
Are we on a timeline if we determine we need to have more from the SWOT analysis in the plan?
So the goal is, if you would like to postpone it, I understand. The goal would be so that we start implementing this in 2023. And we have postponed it with approval of the participatory governance committees for 1 year. So if you would like to postpone it 1 more month, I understand. But I would hope that you would take action so that we could start in January.
Thank you.
Roll call?
Student trustee Paul?
Yes.
Trustee Perez? Trustee Kinnaman?
No.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Yant?
Yes.
Trustee Stefan?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And so it carried unanimously, and we will be getting,
Carried 4-1.
what was that?
It was carried 4-1.
Oh, I'm sorry, carried 4-1, and we will look forward to seeing the SWOT report on it. Okay, so now we're to resolution 15.03. This is, or we're up to item 15.03. This is resolution number 121622-3. It's a resolution of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees to conduct comprehensive forensic audit. Do I have a motion to approve item 15.03 as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there discussion?
Yes. Just as you know, I believe at the last meeting, and actually earlier this year, I had requested that we do an audit, so this isn't a new concept. But of course, we were busy with a lot of other things. I am 100% in favor of conducting an audit, but I would still like for us to consider the time frame that I proposed.
And that was for how far back?
10 years, no less than 8.
10 years, no less than 8. When I looked into doing a forensic audit, I found out that a couple of things. First off, they're very, very expensive.
Yes.
And we can always ask the forensic auditor to go back further. But going back 3 years, I thought that was an adequate time thing to see how we were doing prior to anything that the community thought was in question. And also, legally, nothing can be done on anything that was prior to 3 years back. So it's a matter of trying to figure out what is fiscally responsible as well. That's why I had put the 3-year time limit, but that could be altered by the auditor.
Yes,
Something is discovered.
I definitely would like to go back, and if we had to compromise, then I would say no less than 5. If we had to compromise, I understand there is an expense involved, but, you know, we have all vowed transparency, fiscal responsibility. Our brand-new trustee Kinnaman has reminded us of our ethical responsibilities, and I think it would be only fair to go back as far as we can, because as far as I can tell, there has not been a forensic audit in this institution in a very, very long time. So I think in the spirit of transparency and moving forward, you know, since there are so many changes, everyone has spoken of all of the things that were highlighted during the pandemic and whatnot. So things are changing rapidly, and I think we could learn a lot from, you know, seeing what we can find across the years and how we can make it better. So I would still propose nothing less than 5 years.
Okay, would you like to make an amendment to the motion then?
Absolutely. Would we consider the 8, or are you gonna keep me to?
Well, you can propose anything, and then we'll see, what.
I would propose a new amendment to say no less than 5, and if possible, 8. That would be my ask, my motion.
I'll second that motion.
5, and that's an amendment to the motion, so we have a motion, an amended motion and a second. Carlos, I'm going to need your assistance. So that is what's up for discussion at this point. Anybody want to make comments to the amended motion of extending the audit to no less than 5, and at this point, no more than 8, 5 to 8 years?
Madam Chair, the only thing, sorry, procedurally that I would add is that is an item in the resolution. And so the amendment is to strike whatever's written and insert
Okay.
5. So we need to find that actual,
If we can pull up the attachment on 15.03, please, and the language in question is within the first paragraph, now therefore be it resolved.
Okay, so wait a second here. All of these things.
And
15.03
for the public
is
and
what we're on, or, yeah, 15.03 is what we're doing. Okay.
they have it up, and for the public as well, it's that first, it's right
Yeah,
at the
but if
top,
they
now therefore
move
be
it,
it
then I can't
resolved.
read it.
Right. Currently, I think what's in question is the line that reads, construction contract granted in the last 36 months, and I believe that is the amendment in question.
So what paragraph did you say that was?
It's the first, now therefore be it resolved paragraph, and they're highlighting it.
Okay,
for the
36
public as well.
months.
Thank you.
And so we're now going to, during the prior 5 to 6 years, or 5 to 8 years, is that how you wanted that worded?
I would love 8, but I'm willing to compromise a little bit, but no less than.
So we're going to go to during the prior 5 to 8 years.
I think we need to determine though, what we're gonna do here.
Madam Chair, Carlos did just point out there is a second instance that states 36 months in the following paragraph, be it further resolved. That also states 36 months.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out, actually, because it should apply across.
Across the board. So I'm going down on my thing. The first, okay, I see. This one here. Granted in the last is, so do you want to be very specific then? Is what you're saying?
I would prefer the 8 years.
8 years, okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I think 5 takes us to before the Palm Springs Mall site was under discussion. So I think that's the critical time period, 5 years. So if maybe we could do 5 up to 8, but I think the 5 is an important number in there.
If we want to factor in Palm Springs, then we'd have to go back to, what, 2012, 13?
7.
Well, 5 takes us to
7.
the acquisition of the mall.
2007, I think.
and that would be astronomically,
Well, I wasn't trying to target
okay.
any specific time frame. I just know that there hasn't been a forensic audit in a really long time. Not sure why, but.
So I would suggest no less than 5. How about that?
I'm willing to compromise.
um,
Sounds like mistletoe.
construction granted in the, to investigate each and every construction contract granted in the last 5 years.
I think I heard no less than 5.
In the no less than,
Nothing less than 5.
in the nothing,
Madam Chair, just as a, because that's what you have me here for. The motion on the table, the amendment was 5 years and there was seconded. So that's what you have on the table. If you want to alter that language, it would require an amendment.
an
So
amendment.
let's stick to the 5-year language.
I'll make an amendment. I'll make a secondary amendment.
I move to bring the audit from anywhere from 5 to 8 years.
If need be, yes, I understand where, okay.
The last, so it would read.
I'll second, sorry.
Okay, but this is how it would have to read. In the first paragraph, it would be a forensic auditor be retained to report directly to the Board of Trustees through a subcommittee established for the purpose to investigate each and every construction contract granted in the last 5 to 8 years by the district with view to determine whether the price was fair and just to the district, where there any conflicts of interest were involved in the granting of the contracts, and whether any public official benefits personally by virtue of the construction planned or implemented pursuant to such contracts, where any of the projects not listed on the college's facilities master plan on file with the state chancellor's office, and be it further resolved that the forensic auditor investigate the priority of the granting of and cost of all consulting agreements between the district and any person granted during the prior 5 to 8 years, and then continuing. And I don't know that there's any other timeline mentioned anywhere, is there? In that?
Can we, as part of the motion, say if we missed any part of the resolution that we would be at liberty, or that the president would be at liberty to update?
Trustee Gonzalez, so that is absolutely an
That would
option.
be-
I did do a control find search for any other instance of 36, and those are the only two.
You're the best, Armando.
Fantastic.
And Carlos, thank you.
So we didn't get that messed up. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the table, and this is a amendment to the amendment. So it now becomes the main motion that we will be voting on, but we need to have any further debate on this at this time or discussion.
Yeah, in order to convolute it a little bit more, I actually would like to be a part of this committee if it's at all possible. I know we have a couple of trustees selected, but I don't know what the criteria was for the
I don't
selection
know
process.
that we have anybody selected at this point.
It does specify the two trustees that would serve, trustee area 3 and trustee area 4. And that I will identify that for you, Madam Chair.
And 3 and 4 are which two?
That would be trustees Yant and Kinnaman.
Be further resolved.
Oh, okay. And trustee 3 is,
Trustee 3 is trustee Kinnaman, and area 4 is, I'm sorry, area 3 is trustee Yant, and area 4 is trustee Kinnaman.
I would propose both sides of the spectrum, so John and trustee Perez, to encompass.
okay.
I think that's one end to the other. I think that would be fair.
Okay, so, so maybe we could do trustee area 3 and trustee area 1.
That's something I would not find acceptable. I would prefer the forensic auditor, once we identify the auditor, provide recommendations to us, because a lot of times it'll be a former district attorney or somebody like that, and they may be able to provide us with some elements to the resolution that we don't know currently.
So for this, be it further resolved that could we say that 2 trustees would be selected by the forensic auditor?
That doesn't make sense.
Or be,
I understood this to be that the 2 trustees would work to find forensic auditors to bring.
wait a
to
minute,
bring
wait a minute.
forward the
I'm trying to
board.
figure out what this part is looking at.
Yeah, I would stand by my recommendation to cover the end, from one end to the other. I think that would be.
Okay, wait a second here.
Balance.
Be it further resolved because this is appropriate.
We can, this is one of those ones where we can disagree.
The board, the forensic auditor will report directly to the board through its subcommittee. it is appropriate for this. Conveyed to the board. Does it start out? Okay. District committee. Could I have the maker, trustee Perez, you wanted it changed. Could you explain exactly what you want changed, please?
Sure. Be it further resolved that trustees representing trustee area 3 and trustee area 4 are appointed to such subcommittee. I do not understand or what the selection process or the criteria was to be coming on this committee, but if there's no objection, I'd like to be a part of it.
Okay, so I think what it was going at was the Roadrunner Motors was in one district, and the Palm Springs Valley Campus was the other district that we're talking about in the second whereas.
So are we not auditing?
Well, we're auditing the entire district, though.
That's what I'm saying, so it shouldn't be.
But it's going to come back to the entire board, but,
I still think the fairest thing, or if you absolutely would like to do this, then I would propose that you and trustee Perez, trustee Kinnaman and trustee Perez. If trustee Jock would be okay with that.
okay, could you phrase it for me how you would recommend it, Mr. Perez? Because this is your motion or
Sure.
your
So
amended motion to the amended
there's
motion.
one motion on the table, right, and that has nothing to do with this language.
This language, but you want to amend it to include
Right,
this
so-
language at
so-
the same time.
Do I put them all
No, you just
together,
have,
or is a separate motion?
So, yeah, right
We
now,
could do a
we're
separate-
navigating three things at one time, and I'm going to try to keep you all on track. This isn't a separate amendment, so you would just be inserting or striking something from the item that exists,
Okay.
that you're currently looking at.
let me ask a question first, because we have an amendment to an amended motion. Should we vote on that first and then come back when this becomes the main motion and amend it again?
It
in a
would be
different
much
area?
cleaner to
It would be much cleaner
deal
to
with.
do that?
Yeah, so parliamentary rule allows you to have two amendments on the floor at one time.
We have two.
This is allowable because they're in distinct spots, but it gets very confusing for the chair.
Yeah.
So I'm going to help keep you
So,
but-
so if it's all right with the board, this is the way that I understand it, okay? Is that we had an amended motion, we were gonna change the length of time, and that was the First Amendment to 5 years. And then it was, the next thing that was brought up was there was an amendment to that amendment. And the amendment to that amendment was to make it 5 to 8 years. Okay? Now, that is the motion that we should be voting on. Once that is voted on, if it becomes the main motion, then we can go back in and make another amendment in another area to keep it cleaner. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so if that is acceptable with the entire board at this point, we will be voting on the substitute amendment to the amendment that was made. And if it, again, becomes the main motion because it is accepted, then we will look at it again, okay? The entire resolution.
Madam Chair, and
Yes.
that's perfectly clear. The only, the only request that I have, as I had mentioned to you, is the deadline of January 20th. When you are ready, I would like for interim VP of Administrative Services, Vigo, to explain that we would not be able to fulfill that deadline. And
So we'll come back
yes,
to that
to
as
that.
well. Okay.
Thank you.
Two more things.
Can we separate that one, Carlos, or would it be better to?
apologize. It is best to do them individually.
Okay.
And I would,
It-
oh, I'm sorry.
No.
No, please.
And just as a reminder to the chair, you do have the opportunity to ask if there are any objections, and you don't have to go through the formal
Okay.
vote to get further,
Okay, yeah.
to expedite the process.
Okay, so right now, we are in discussion on the amendment to the amended motion so that it will read every place where it had 36 months previously, that instead it will read 5 to 8 years. Is there any discussion?
I would say 5 years and at the discretion of the auditor, the forensic auditor's recommendation, to go longer.
Can I ask if that would be a friendly amendment? No,
You have to dispose of the motion on the table.
we
which
have
is
to
the 5,
dispose of
right?
that one first. Okay. Okay, so that is a comment for consideration when we're voting, and just
Just for clarity, I do prefer 5 to 8.
okay. Anybody else have anything they'd like to state to the motion that is on the table at this time?
Madam Chair, and just for clarification for maybe the public and then for simplicity in the
Mm-hmm.
minutes, if I can present some language that might be acceptable, I have a motion to strike instances of 36 months and replace with 5 to 8 years.
Okay, but it would be the last 36 months, or would it just be the 36 months?
You are correct. It would be the last 36 months.
Okay, because that's what I kind of marked off here. And in the further result, it would be would it be the prior 5 to 8 years? The prior would be left in.
Grammatically, you'd have to be specific, but my offer was in order to replace both as cleanly as possible, just to limit the replacement of 36 months.
Okay.
So the first one would read the last 5 to 6 years, and the second instance would read the prior 5 to 8 years, sorry.
Okay, so the last would remain in there. Okay. Okay, so I hope that was clear to everybody. Does everybody understand what we're voting on? Do you want us to try to rephrase that again?
No, I'm good. I'm ready.
We're good? We're good. And this is the amendment to the amendment, and that we will be voting on. Does anyone else have anything they would like to discuss on the amendment to the amendment only, please? Okay, seeing no further discussion, we'll take a roll call vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Trustee Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Kinnaman,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
Trustee Yant,
Yes.
Trustee Stefan.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so now, this amendment to the amendment has become the main motion. Is that right? No?
No, this amendment to the amendment has now become the amendment. So the motion on the table is
okay, so
to
now we are
accept
voting on the amendment.
Correct.
And then it will become the main motion, and then we will amend that. in
Correct.
other
You have two
places.
options. You can dispose of this, or you can move on to another amendment at this point.
Another amendment to this amendment.
Correct. To the motion of adopting this resolution. Because the big picture is the adoption of the resolution. You have now one amendment on the table.
Oh, I see. Okay. So right now, we want to know it, but what I'm saying is the amendment we have on the table is the main motion, right? No?
No, ma'am. The main motion is to adopt the resolution as it is. Your amendment on the table currently is to change it from 5 to 8 years. That's the amendment. You can dispose of that, meaning adjusting the main motion, or you can move on to another amendment at this time.
Okay, I'm kind of confused because I thought we just put that in as, that became the amendment.
I know.
Saying you have an option, but now we can address the trustee.
We can address
and
the next
timeline.
item, is
Correct.
that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the easier of the two first, at least I think it's the easier of the two, which is if you look at the very Where is it? If you look at the last, be it further resolved, it says that a request for the proposal, RFP, for this purpose shall be completed and approved. If we could have it on the screen for my fellow board members, because I don't know if they have a copy in front of them. For this purpose shall be completed and approved by the board subcommittee, posted to the district administration and sent by the district administration to potential bidders, approved by the board subcommittee no later than January 9th, and this is at the very end of this, if you could scroll down to it. The subcommittee will be provided all proposals and an auditor retained no later than January 20th, 2023. Now, if we could have the vice president, is it Dr. Virgo? Sorry about that. Come and explain what the full process is and why that date is
Good
not a
afternoon,
good date.
trustees. Good afternoon, Dr. Garcia. Congratulations, Dr. Kinnaman. Congratulations, Trustee Perez. If the resolution is geared towards issuing an RFP, I would like to give some direction or information regarding the timeline and offer some minor recommendations. Because on our handbook, purchasing handbook, Section 8, on competitive bidding and bid exceptions, on step 3 advertisement, we publicly advertise the RFP or RFQ in a newspaper of general circulation at least 1 week for 2 weeks, and on the college, and also on the college website. So I was looking at the calendar because you specifically put here in the resolution no later than January 9. We should post it on January 9, and then again, we will post it on January 16. So if you want to offer or have a final decision on the 20th, which is still part of the second week, that would be too tight for you. So I'm just offering if you can do it at least the next week so we can have everything, submitted proposals, and you can review it. We can give it to you, you can review it, and then do your final assessment or final decision to get who would be the contractor or the vendor that you wanted to hire. So just a little bit more, 1 more week for you to have that.
Okay, and I'm going to read to the board from the thing about advertisement. Public advertise RFP or RFQ in a newspaper of general circulation at least once a week for 2 weeks on the college and on the college website. So that is the procedure for public works projects and facility-related repairs and maintenance, Section 8, competitive bidding and bid expectations. Okay, if anybody wants to see that.
So
I
we
have
do that so we
here.
can get more options for us to choose. So we do 2 weeks. Yeah.
Can I ask one question? Wouldn't this fall under professional services contracts and not follow that process?
You're good, Dr. Kinnaman. That's one of the remedy. But I am. It says here it could fall on personal services because it's a professional service. So we don't have to advertise it, but it should be under the threshold of our state chancellor's office, which is 99,100. If we go over 100 or 8 years, the cost of getting that forensic accountant would be, we don't know if it's more than 100,000, because right now we're getting RFP for an auditing firm because we're renewing it. Their yearly cost will cost us 100,000. So if we'll go over, we don't know. We can do special services, Dr. Kinman, but we don't know the cost yet for
Is
8
that-
years.
Is that any different than our attorneys? Because I'm sure several of them are in the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, I know, yeah. So it could be, over than that.
And with the attorneys, we use a professional services process, correct?
Yeah. So if they're under the threshold for those 8 years, under the threshold of 99,100, and then it will go up in January. So So we might as well do an RFP just to make sure if we don't know the cost rather than doing special services for now. But it's up to you.
I would motion to accept staff's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Well, staff recommendation is then to January 27th is what you changed the date to, is what you
If-
said?
yeah, if we can
You
do
said
that.
1 week later?
Yes.
Okay, so that would change the date till January 27th. So discussion on that. Anyone want to?
I'm comfortable with the 27th. I'm not sure when our board meeting is in January. I know that and like Trustee Gonzalez has said, we're wanting to get this done in a way that we provide information to the public and so that we know as well. So, you know, there's some perception that we get things done quickly and that some things get drug out. And I don't want to feed into that perception, but 1 week is not very long. The other thing, I believe that the professional services contract is the initial way for us to go. That's consistent with most professional services that's done by the college. And this is not a construction project.
I will agree with the portion of what you said, the date. If you want to extend it further, so it's closer to our next board meeting, I think that would, definitely be well received by staff. That would give more time.
It is the
I would
holidays.
be okay to moving it into February if we need to.
Is that what you?
Well, I'm not sure when our meeting is in January.
So our meeting in January is scheduled for January 20th. And I would like to also highlight our meeting for February, which is scheduled on February 16th, because we would bring that contract for board consideration on the 16th if you review and select a service provider by potentially January 27th.
That seems feasible.
Yes, thank you.
So, so the subcommittee would provide all proposals and an auditor retained no later than the 27th is what we said, right? And then it would be on the February 16th board meeting,
Correct.
correct? Okay, and I'm looking at the proposal, the way it's worded, it's a request for proposal RFP, which coincides with this, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
Is that in this resolution?
Yes,
It's,
We further resolve the request for proposal RFP.
And trustees, a copy of the resolution in question was just provided to each of you to follow along.
It's at the top of the screen here, see the RFP?
Well, there you have it. It says RFP.
So, so it isn't professional services.
Yeah, and also one thing, some of the auditing firms have forensic, but not have capable of cybersecurity, because cybersecurity is just new. So if you combine them together, it's hard for a company, for us to find that. So we need much time for us to get those company vendor and consultant, just my opinion, yeah.
Do sometimes they partner when they submit an
Yeah.
RFP?
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Okay, I was just wondering how that would work.
Yeah.
Okay, so and we have an amendment to the amendment at this time, correct?
You have a second amendment to the main motion? Yes.
It's a second amendment to the main motion, amendment to the amendment. And it is with regards to the timeline in the last, be it further resolved, changing, taking out the January 20th and changing it to January 27th for 2023, and then it would be presented at the February 16th board meeting, correct? Is that correct?
Correct, I think, yeah.
And Madam Chair, if I could once again offer language for
Yes, please.
minutes and simplicity, and in the amendment, I have a motion to strike January 20 and replace with January 27. I believe that might be the cleanest.
The cleanest way of doing that. Okay, is there any further discussion on that change or that amendment? that we'll be voting on? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote, please, on that?
Trustee Pettis?
Yes.
Trustee Kinnaman?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Yant?
Yes.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so now we're back to just one thing, right? And now we're gonna go to, there was another change that was requested. And it is in the 5th, be it further resolved, where it says the trustees representing trustee area 3 and trustee area 4 are appointed to such subcommittees. And I believe there was someone wanted to make an amendment to that.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I'd like to make an amendment to that, what was it, the 4th, be it resolved that trustees representing trustee area 3 and trustee area 4 are appointed to such subcommittee with the powers provided here and together with such usual customary powers available. So I'd like to make an motion to do trustee area 1 and trustee area 3 to encompass the entire Coachella Valley, which is the West Valley and the East Valley.
I would second.
Okay, so it would, we would be striking trustee area 4 and putting in trustee area 1 in place of that. Discussion, please.
Which would also eliminate the main campus representation.
What was that?
The main campus and Palm Desert representation. So again, I think the way the resolution is written may end up being modified by an auditor based on what they're finding.
I don't understand how we're leaving out a campus if we're doing an audit of the entire district. And we have a representative from the East End and a representative from the West End. So everything in between is
Report
encompassed.
directly to the board through its subcommittee.
And Trustee Gonzalez, once again, if you could just ease your mic a little forward, the captioning is having trouble catching you.
We're reading each other's lips back here, I think. And
You have it on, though.
Yes, it's on,
Okay,
yes.
okay. Okay, any further discussion on this one?
Why does it have to be 2?
Has to be 2. We can have no more than 2.
Why?
You mean, what was that?
Why does it have to be 2? Could it
Because
be
it's a subcommittee.
a
Subcommittee has to be 2, right? No?
I'm happy to provide, but you might want to talk to your attorney, but 3 would constitute quorum. Which
Yeah.
would require a public.
But he's saying 1. That isn't really a subcommittee, is it?
I thought he said why.
No, you said 1.
Oh,
He said 1.
my apologies, yeah.
Say we say 2.
Should be 2, correct? We can't have 3 because that becomes a quorum.
Well, you can have 3, but you'd have to notice it as a public meeting, right? So if you don't want to have it public, you'd have to stay at an ad hoc level, which is less than a quorum, right?
Okay. Okay, so the motion at this time is to amend this to read, be it further resolved, the trustees representing trustee area 3 and trustee area 4 are appointed to such subcommittee with all the powers provided herein, together with such unusual and customary powers available to a subcommittee of this board.
Amended
We changed the
to
trustee
trustee area
areas.
1. Trustee area 3 and trustee area 1 are my amended.
Yeah, I know, I just said it, I just left trustee area 3 and then I added trustee area 1. I thought I said, isn't that
No,
what?
you said 3 and 4. It's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant to say 1. I'm looking at the 1, because we're substituting the 1 for the 4. Okay.
Good
Okay,
job, Bonnie.
I'm sorry. Technically, I'm sure they'll reword it so it says trustee area 1 and trustee area 4, if this passes. I mean, 3, if it passes. Is that correct?
3 and 1 if it passes.
Yeah, but it would be written 1 first and then 3 next to be grammatically
Correct, yeah.
correct.
So if I may once again offer, I have a motion to strike area 4 and replace with area 1 for simplicity's sake.
Yeah. Okay. So that is the motion. Anyone else wish to speak to this at this time?
I still think the resolution is fine with 3 and 4 and most appropriate.
Well, how was that even determined? Because that's what I'm trying to figure out, like, who determined that, or how was that even determined? Who drew up the resolution?
Well, I drew it up based on the fact that we were looking first at the Roadrunner and the Palm Springs thing. So I thought we wanted the trustees in those areas to be at the forefront of it. But, you know, I mean, if it goes, if you want to spread it out over the valley, that's good. And I'm sure that the forensic auditor may, you know, if he finds something, then, you know, then he finds something, you know, and one person may be discontinued off of that subcommittee then.
Yeah, well, I would
at that
imagine
point.
that the board would
So
not,
that wouldn't, you know, so,
not have a direct hand in the forensic audit, or else what would be the purpose, right?
yeah,
So I don't see.
because they're not, you know, I mean, it's later on in the endeavor anyhow. So, is there any further discussion at this time? Okay, let's have a roll call vote on this, please.
Trustee Perez.
Yes.
Trustee Kinnaman.
No.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Yant.
No.
Trustee Stefan.
I'm going to go with yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, now, do we have to put all this together and that becomes the motion before us?
Correct. Now the motion and the table has been amended, has 3 amendments.
Okay, so now, as we have made the 3 amendments, we are now going to go with a vote on the new resolution with those amendments that were made as the main motion. Would anybody like to speak to it?
Sure. Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to move to pass resolution number 12162-3 with the amended, with the amendments, the approved amendments.
Madam Chair, for clarity, that's already the motion on the table.
That is the motion on the table, so we don't need another motion.
Correct.
Okay, so is there any further discussion? Seeing none, could we have the question called, please?
Sure. Trustee Perez.
Yes.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Can you clarify the motion again? I'm sorry. There's been so many amendments.
Yes.
And when you vote no on one piece of it, then you're stuck voting yes on the other piece.
Sure. Madam Chair, would you like me to assist in this?
Yes, please.
Fantastic. So the motion on the table is to approve the adoption of the resolution 12162-3 with 3 amendments. The first amendment occurs in the first, therefore be it resolved, from striking 36 to 5 to 8 years. And in the
Second be resolved.
Yeah, the second resolve, striking 36 months and inserting 5 to 8 years. In the fifth resolve, striking 4 and inserting 1. And in the final resolve, striking January 20, 2023 and inserting January 27, 2023.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Yant.
Yes.
Trustee Stefan.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Now we are down to item number 16, Human Resources, 16.01, Employment Agreements. It's now time to consider item 16.01 on the agenda, wherein it is recommended that the board approve the employment agreements of the interim vice president for administrative services and the Vice President of Instruction.
Motion to approve.
Whoa, I haven't finished reading it, I don't think. Hang on.
I'm sorry.
Hang on, they gave me a big script on this one. Okay, this recommended action will approve the employment agreements commencing on January 9th, 2023 through June 30th, 2023 for the interim Vice President of Administrative Services, and the employment agreement commencing on January 9th, 2023 through January 8th, 2025 for the Vice President of Instruction. Pursuant to Government Code 54953, sub C, a summary of the terms of the agreement includes a monthly base salary for the interim vice president of the administrative services of $20,819.51, reflective of range 15, column 6 of the leadership salary schedule, and an hourly base salary of $239,763.49, reflective of range 15, column 5 of the leadership salary schedule for the Vice President of Instruction, as well as provisions for evaluation and fringe benefits comparable to other similar leadership employees for each role. Do I have a motion to approve item 16.01 as presented?
So moved.
Second.
I have, it's been moved and seconded that we approve item 16.01 as presented. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I think these two items should be separated. One is an interim assignment, one is a permanent assignment, and feel that they should be treated separately. Typically, these types of positions at the executive level are done in closed session, where the board has information about the number of applicants, how many were interviewed, how many were forwarded to the president, what the references were, and if the final is forwarded to the second level committee, if they were included in the recommendation. So since we just received this, and I know this was a quick turnaround for the VPs, I would not be comfortable on voting on this item for a permanent position without having those other questions answered.
So the motion, though,
Because
is
we're looking at $1 million investment on the permanent one.
the motion, or the amendment that you're making to the motion is to divide these two items and consider them separately.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so now that becomes the motion that we are considering, to divide these two items and consider each one separately. So is there any discussion?
Didn't we receive an email with the resume of,
That's all we got.
so, I mean, are you saying that we should have been involved in the hiring process?
That's how it's typically done at the executive level.
Trustee Gonzalez, if you don't mind easing your mic a little closer.
Okay, so is there any further discussion?
We're just separating them.
We're just separating them at this point. Okay, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, can we have a roll call on whether to divide the two items?
Trustee Perez?
No.
Trustee Kinnaman?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez?
For the sake of moving this along, I'll say yes.
Trustee Yant?
Yes.
Trustee Stefan?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, so now we have divided them. So we are going to take, I need to have a motion. Okay, let's see how to do
So you currently have a motion on the table to adopt the recommendation of Vice President of Administrative Services. And then you have when that's disposed of, the next one will be to discuss the Vice President of
So that's how we're doing it. Right. Okay, so there is a motion on the table to, and we motioned and seconded each together, so they're already motioned and second separately, and we just take them one at a time. Okay, oh, that's easier. Okay, so there is a motion on the table to approve the employment agreement of the interim vice president for administrative services. It has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion on this one? Seeing no discussion, we'll call the question.
Student trustee Paul has left. Trustee Perez.
Yes.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Yant.
Yes.
Trustee Stefan.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so now we're on, that was 16.018, right? And so now 16.0.1B. We have a motion on the table for the board to approve the employment agreement of the Vice President of Instruction. And it has been seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I'll go back and indicate at the executive level, usually the board is provided with the process, the number of applicants at the first level, the number that were interviewed, how many were submitted to the president or the second level committee, and then presented before the board with a complete background check, references, et cetera. And we have received a resume, but we have not received any of that other information. So without that, and we can't do that in an open session. So without that, I'm not in a position to be able to vote for this because it's a 3-year or 2-year commitment. And I ran the numbers, and with Benny's and everything, you are pushing about $1 million without us having that opportunity. So it would be like rubber stamping a recommendation to me.
So I have a question. Was this also the process that was followed in the past? Trustee Perez, John, or Stefan? Do you remember reviewing all applicants and?
For vice
process?
president?
No, I didn't say review all applicants. I said whenever a recommendation that comes forward with that information in closed session. And yes, that's how it's been done in the past. And you can confirm that with HR if you'd like, unless there's been a process change that's occurred that I'm not aware of.
I think the processes are much more solidified now, but I'll still have that question. Do you recall, Trustee Perez?
I don't recall, and I trust staff's recommendation. We need to fill these positions. Our students need the services. We have an institution of 11,000 students that we need to make sure that we keep running. So I'm taking staff's recommendation.
Yes, I agree. Here we are discussing that we want to push this audit and we want to make sure that we meet the timeline. And we're also looking at implementing the strategic plan. So we need to have, especially vacancies such as these filled, because these are crucial to those processes.
And it's crucial who we hire.
Absolutely, I agree. And I have no reason to doubt process or staff's recommendation. And again, if we're going to delay this, then we should take a look at delaying the other items as well, because then we're not going to have the team in place that we need to administer these 2 items that we're looking at. That's my concern, is the delay.
Excuse me. Madam Chair, to answer Trustee Perez's question, yes, in past years, we did get this information in closed session. And again, I've got no problem with what we're doing here. It's okay to delay it, but let's just put a time limit on it. Let's say that this information is presided at the next closed session and we vote on it next month.
Madam Chair, I'm ready to present this information during closed session.
Has it been agendized? Do we have to have it agendized
You're gonna get your
VP
steps in
Galindo?
today, Bob?
for closed session?
If you like, and under the circumstances, we could add it to the closed session agenda. It would take a motion with a 4/5 vote but it is a circumstance that kind of arose after the posting of the agenda, and there is some urgency in acting on it. So under those circumstances, it could be added to the closed session agenda.
What would that require at this point in time? A motion from a board member at this point to add it to the closed session today?
I'm going to yield to your parliamentarian,
Well,
who's much better
you know,
than me.
I don't want to do something illegal, you know, by, you know, by
No, it's-
adding it. I can't just state that. You know,
No.
it would have to be a motion, I would assume. Is that correct? From a
Correct.
board member and then a second? Because it would be like changing the agenda that we did at the, I think it was number 3 at the beginning.
It would not be like it. It would be going back to that item.
Going back to
And-
that item?
correct.
So what would we do at this point? Go back to the board meeting, confirmation of the agenda?
Correct. So,
What would be the cleanest thing?
yeah, so I'm going to answer the question procedurally, and then I will defer to the attorney to give you legal advice, okay?
Okay.
I want to say
And then
that
he
out
can
loud.
ask if
Thank you.
it's legal.
Perfect.
Okay.
To adopt an agenda change, you must go back to that item on the agenda. A simple way to do that is to say, are there any objections to returning to item? When did
Three.
you adopt?
3.0.
Thank you. To 3.01, adoption of the agenda. If there are no objections, then you can add this item to closed session.
Okay. I think it's 3.02, that's the confirmation of agenda.
Perfect,
Is that correct?
3.02.
Okay. So if there's, so I'm going to, but we have a motion on the table. Do I have to conclude that motion first?
Hold on one second.
This is a discussion.
I think this
between
motion would
parliamentary law.
supersede that. But a clean way to do it, I think, would be to, if someone introduced a motion to table this discussion till after closed session,
Okay.
and then go to the agenda, and if that fails, then you would come back to this item and
At
take
this
action.
time.
Correct. And if that motion to adjust the agenda passes, then when you return from closed session, someone would have to lift that off the table. So saying, you know, I want to revisit item 16.01B, I think we decided was the number on that, and then you would take action.
Okay.
Okay, to move things along, I make a motion to table this action.
And I need a second for a table, correct? Is there a second to table this? Till after closed session is what you're tabling it for, is that correct?
Correct.
If we don't have a second, it will die from lack of a second.
And then what happens?
And then what happens, Carlos?
If a motion's not seconded, it fails, and you deal with the motion on
And
the
then we
table.
deal with the motion that's on the table at this time, which is to approve this as is.
16.01B, yes.
So there is no second, so this motion to table this item 16.01B has died at this time. So we are back to 16.01B, which is to approve the employment agreement of the Vice President of Instruction. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we will have a roll call vote on that.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Kinnaman?
No.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Yant?
No.
Trustee Stefan?
No. Okay, so,
We don't have a vice president of instruction.
we don't have a Vice President of Instruction. That's what
Yeah,
transpired with that.
although we were reminded of our rules.
Okay, 16.02, presentation of the initial reopener proposals of the Desert Community College District to the College of the Desert Faculty Association. Do I have a motion to approve item 16.02 to agendize the public hearing for January 20th, 2023 meeting?
Move.
Thank you. Is there a second?
One second.
Is there any discussion? And roll call vote, President Garcia?
Trustee Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Kinnaman,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
Trustee Yant,
Yes.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Presentation of the initial reopener proposals from College of the Desert Faculty Association to the Desert Community College District. Do I have a motion to approve item 16.03 to agendize the public hearing for the January 20th, 2023 meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
One second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Trustee Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Kinnaman,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
Trustee Yant,
Yes.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion
And,
carries unanimously.
I'm sorry. Didn't mean to cut you off. 17.01, under Administrative Services. This is Resolution 121622-2, authorized signatures. Do I have a motion to approve item 17.01 as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? And roll call vote, President Garcia?
Trustee Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Kinnaman,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
Trustee Yant,
Yes.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
And 17.02, budget revisions. Do I have a motion to approve item 17.02 as presented?
Move.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote by President Garcia.
Trustee Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Kinnaman,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
Trustee Yant,
Yes.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and that brings us to 18, information in the area of instruction. 18.01, administrative procedures. These are brought to the board today as information items. If the board has any questions related to this information items, anyone? And that brings us to the study sessions. 19.01, we've already concluded earlier in the meeting. 19.02, the annual Clery report. At this time, I'd like to invite Dr. Tim Nakamura, Director of Public Safety Department and Emergency Preparedness, to present this item. And if you would please proceed with his security staff there.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, trustees, Dr. Garcia. We're going to go ahead and do our annual security report. And if we can go ahead and go for the next slide. So the annual security report, known as the Clery Act of 1990, again, just as a review, this is named after a student named Jean Clary that was unfortunately murdered and raped in her dorm room at Lehigh University back in 1986. And the report, the actual report, once she was found to be deceased, her parents urged lawmakers to ensure that certain crimes were posted so that anybody can see the crime stats of any kind of institution for higher learning. And so certain crime stats are presented every October 1st. And those crime stats can be your murder, rape, arson, theft, that kind of stuff. That basically says what it is that is happening on that campus or on an extended campus, and even areas surrounding the campus itself. Again, it's made available October the 1st, which we have already submitted for this year. And it's important to note that any violations of noncompliance of the Clery Act can include fines of up to about $63,000 for every offense. Again, we did speak about the crimes that are presented within the statistics of the Clery Act, and that, again, is your murder, rape, arson, aggravated assault, weapons charges, drugs, and so forth, as well as hate crimes that may occur on a college campus. And this is a federal act, so this is a national law that all institutions of higher learning have to abide by. As mandated under the Clery Act, the following 3 calendar years of crime statistics, 2019 to 2021, have been compiled by the College of the Desert Public Safety Department, and it is actually posted on our website, and we do have copies available as well for anybody that needs to see it. So again, we are speaking about 2019, 2020, and 2021. So it's always a year, we're always a year ahead. So next year, we'll be reporting on 2022. So it seems a little off, but it's always the previous year that we're reporting. Okay, so with the statistics that you see, and it's a little difficult to see here, however, just as a reminder, when we still obviously did our Clery Act reporting during the pandemic, and as we kind of come out of that pandemic, the numbers are showing the same thing because we didn't really have students on campus in 2020 and part of 2021. Therefore, the crime statistics were kind of soft as far as the reporting went because we had less students on campus, and the majority was enrolled on to online classes. Most staff were back on campus with normalized routines, officers, continued vehicle, and walking patrols throughout the district and observing student activities and athletic events. As things kind of got back to normal, that's what we went ahead and did. At the Palm Desert campus, here, the crime statistics showed a decrease in crime. We did have one sexual offense of fondling on campus, one unfounded stalking report, and unfounded basically means that somebody made a claim and law enforcement went ahead and vetted it and found that it was not, nothing occurred. So that's what we mean by the unfounded report. And one also unfounded theft of property, and also a decrease in vandalisms on the Palm Desert campus. Over at East End, at the Indio campus, we saw an increase of crimes, but not on the campus itself. So I want to make that clear. It wasn't on the campus itself that we had an increase in crimes. It was actually the surrounding areas of the campus. So it had nothing to do with the Indio campus whatsoever. It just happened to be the surrounding areas. And those reports included 3 motor vehicle thefts, 4 burglaries were reported, an aggravated assault report, and 3 thefts of property. At 5 cases of that was reported, and 1 robbery on public property was also reported, again, around that area. And there's a specific area that you can go up to. I want to say offhand it's a mile outside of campus that we have to report up to, or half a mile. I'll have to look and verify, but that's why we have to report those cases. West Valley campus crime statistics reported a small increase of only about 3 on-campus thefts of property and 2 reported cases of vandalism in 2021. Again, vandalism can be just your regular graffiti, tagging on a wall, to a broken window. So that's what we're considering vandalism as well. And at the Mecca campus, crime statistics showed 1 case of burglary on campus reported, and that was pretty much it. Again, we've uploaded all our stats, and thankfully, again, we haven't had a whole lot of things go on onto our campus and for our district, and I'm pleased to report that, again, the numbers within the campus itself, all of our campuses have been low. and hopefully will remain that way. And so that concludes my report for the Clary Act. I know it's pretty short and sweet, but I'm open to any questions that anyone has regarding the Clary Act report.
Does any board member have any questions?
No questions, but thank you, Tim, and thank you to the rest of the team, the law enforcement that we have here on campus for keeping us safe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Thank you very much. This is very informative. I was busy reading it. Anyone else, anything?
I would like to take just a few moments of the board's time just for a very short and brief presentation. I have some staff behind me here that will be assisting me with this, but now that we are back as an organization and for the most part face-to-face, as we continue to go forward with this, we wanted to go ahead and recognize the fact that we do appreciate the support that the board has given us throughout the years. And again, we are very happy to be back. And based on that, we also want to go ahead and show a little bit of appreciation and early Christmas spirit by presenting the board members with a little gift. And basically what that is it is the tradition within law enforcement and the military to be coined. And so what we have designed is our departmental coin. And that coin is given to anybody in law enforcement, public safety, military. When you do something good, the presenter puts it in their hand and they go to shake that person's hand, shake it, and that is the way the coin is presented. And these coins are presented again for excellence and the support that you have given us. Dr. Garcia, we presented Dr. Garcia with one earlier this year, so she won't be getting one. However, we do have an additional present to give you, which is not a coin, just so we give you this here. And again, these coins are specific for our department, for College of the Desert, and it is, again, something that we hold dear, and that we bring calm to chaos and we have perseverance through adversity. So we'd like to, at this point, go ahead and present each of those board members with a coin. And Dr. Yount, we have yours, and we will give it to Armando to present to you at a later date. So thank you. And I will have one more thing to say after the presentation.
And I want to thank you, and before you leave, if you would please take one of the stars and one of the little short notes that I have there, each one of you, please. And we value and we respect your positions here, and I want you to know that we have your back, okay?
Thanks so much.
So please.
I actually have a quick question for you. Did we resolve the communication issue? Where now they're able to communicate cross campuses?
We are in the process of finalizing the final purchase of those, but yes.
Oh, wow, okay. Well, at least it's happening. Thank you. And thank you so much for your update and for keeping all of our students and our faculty safe.
You're very
Appreciate it.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's beautiful.
And again, I'm going to just take just a few more minutes, and I apologize, but it'll be worth it. So just very briefly, I'd like to publicly recognize one of my employees, and essentially is my right-hand person. And I was thinking to myself, the department obviously goes forward with what it needs to do. However, every organization has that administrative assistant that basically takes care of business, cleans up after you, and makes sure you're where you need to be on time and everything else. And throughout the pandemic and throughout my nearly 8 years here at the district, I've had a great admin assistant, and I wanted to show my appreciation, again, as an early Christmas gift. And I wanted to see if there was something a little bit more so that I could do than just a regular board presentation, and I found it. The Commission of Kentucky Colonel is the highest title of honor bestowed by the Governor of Kentucky. It is the recognition of the individual's noteworthy accomplishment and outstanding service. The title Kentucky Colonel dates back to around 1813. The Kentucky militia had just returned from a highly successful campaign during the War of 1812. When the militia disbanded, Governor Isaac Shelby commissioned Charles S. Todd, one of his officers in the campaign, as an aide-de-camp on the governor's staff. Todd's official rank and grade was colonel. While early colonels actually served military roles, the position took on a more ceremonial function in the late 1800s. The name Kentucky Colonel has been synonymous with strength of character, leadership, and dedication to the welfare of others. The governor of the Commonwealth of Kentucky can recognize anyone living anywhere in the world based on their deeds, noteworthy action, and their accomplishments, and only the governor knows the reason for bestowing the honor of a colonel's commission on any particular individual. Some famous Kentucky colonels that you may know is Elvis Presley's manager, Colonel Tom Parker, former British Prime Minister, Colonel Winston Churchill, and of course, Kentucky Fried Chicken's own Colonel Harlan Sanders. I think that my admin assistant, Jill Probst, is in good company. So please, everyone, join me in congratulating the newest Kentucky Colonel, Colonel Jill Probst. And so this is the Commonwealth of Kentucky has recognized Colonel Probst as the newest Kentucky Colonel, and we wanted to just say thank you for everything you've done for us. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. That was wonderful. Now we have a celebrity in our midst, and we have a Colonel of Kentucky. That's a first for College of the Desert. So congratulations, and thank you so much for allowing us to be a part of that presentation today. And thank you for your presentation and your service to each of you. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we have future agenda items. Our student trustee isn't here. Trustee Perez, is there anything that you would like to see on future agendas?
Not at the moment, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Kinnaman?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like to have Moss come forward and provide a cost estimate and timeline of relocating the temporary Palm Springs campus to the mall site. How would that impact leases with the school district? How would that impact leases with the temporary portables that we currently have? Again, we know that the current site isn't on the bus line, and it's still difficult to get to. It's kind of tucked away and hidden. And if there was a way that we move that to the main site, Palm Springs site, it may help the community see us making progress there. It may be cost prohibitive, I don't know, but you know, Mac and the experts know that, and I just was wanting to explore that question.
Okay. Trustee Gonzalez?
I actually, I know that we had the, unfortunate malware attack, cyber attack. I don't remember, I might have forgotten if we ever actually had a report on what was lost or, exactly what information maybe we were not able to recover. I don't remember us being having any more information, or did I forget?
We could definitely provide an update. We did send one email out, but we could provide an update. I also want to, I'll work with the chair to agendize that appropriately, because some of that discussion may have to take place during closed session.
Yeah, and I'm glad we're discussing campuses, because I don't know if any of you have visited the Desert Hot Springs one, but talk about hidden. and welcoming and friendly. That's one right there.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Yant.
Yes, thank you. Uh, I think it's time that we have a presentation which informs us what are our current and future plans for boosting enrollment. What's working, what's not working. I think we as trustees need to know more about what we're doing to boost enrollment, not in numbers, but in programs.
Okay. Yes, yeah, you can have a do-over.
Well, Trustee Yant just reminded me of something. Also, we need a timeline on Roadrunner Motors to make sure that the community is clear on, just to help us manage expectations. Thank you.
And I will be getting together with the president of the college. We're going to try to set up some things within the community, some of our board meetings this year, probably at different times, so that we can be out in the community and maybe get some other community things going that we haven't done in quite a while. So, so that we get more involvement with our community. And with that, we are going to recess to close session. And then the live feed of this meeting will continue. Board members and President Garcia and I ask that you please, board members, that you please join the closed session at, I'll give you 2:30 because we have a limited number of restrooms. I'm sure everybody has to use them all. So with that in mind, we will reconvene at that time, and at the end of the closed session, we will report any action taken out in this session. So, thank you. Recess. One is, do I need to repeat that? We're going to reconvene to open session at this time, and there are two items to be reported out. One is 21.03, conference with legal counsel. It was moved by trustee Yant and seconded by trustee Perez to reject the claim filed by Jeffrey Hilton Baker versus Desert Community College District et al. The motion carried unanimously with 5 voting in favor and 0 voting against. And the other item is 21.04. And in closed session, the board took action not to renew the contract of the interim executive vice president effective June 30th, 2023. The motion carried with 3 members voting in favor and 2 members voting no, and no members sustaining. And at this time, we are going to take a moment of silence after I read a short memorial about Buford Kreitz. We're going to take a moment of silence for him, and then we will adjourn the meeting.
Trustee Stefan, for 21.04, is there in there, I believe we need to, the motion information as well? Who made the motion in a second?
Okay, I apologize. The motion was made by trustee Kinnaman and seconded by trustee Yant.
Thank you.
Is that adequate now? Okay. In memory of Buford Kreitz, College of the Desert faculty member Buford Kreitz passed away November 12th, 2006. He started with the college in 1976 as a professor of communication, teaching, public speaking, critical thinking, and debate. He was very engaged faculty member, including participation with and acting as the Academic Senate President. Professor Kreitz was also an active civic leader. He served 20 years as the Palm Desert City Council member, completing 4 terms as mayor. He was also an influential proponent of environmental and conservation in the desert, playing a leading role in a number of regional conservation efforts, including as a founder of the Coachella Valley Mountain Conservancy and the Friends of the Desert Mountains, as well as a driving force for the establishment of the Santa Rosa and San Jacinto National Monument in the Coachella Valley Multiple Species Habitat Conservation Plan. In 2005, Professor Kreitz was inducted into the College of the Desert Alumni Association, receiving the Outstanding Faculty Award. After 30 years of dedicated service, he retired from the college in 2006. Today, we recognize the passing of our colleague and take a moment to remember and honor all of our departed college family members who together serve as a reminder of all that came before and blazed the trail. May we continue it in good faith. Take a moment of silence, please.